I love coffee, I love tea, I love the jabber jive and it loves me. Coffee and tea and the jabber and me. A cup, a cup, a cup, a cup, a cup. Boy.
There. And hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are you? Yes, this is Coffee with Lavender. I am the Lavender Lady, Diana Clarion, and with me is the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. Hello, dear. How are you?
Mildly caffeinated.
Oh, your word. But, what the hell? I'm awake. That's amazing.
Well, awake doesn't mean lucid, but very well.
Yeah, I know. Think of the green room on Thursday. Oh, man. Oh.
Yeah, that's right. I was halfway to calling the ambulance on Thursday.
I was a mess. I'll tell you, that was not fun. I don't know why I was that bad off, but I was.
Yeah, you probably just needed input, like food.
Yeah, that too. It's weird though. I just told you in the green room that after dialysis, I am just thoroughly wiped out. It's horrible.
Well, I mean, I can think of a few things that might possibly offset that. I mean, no judgment, but you do tend to live a bit of a sedentary lifestyle. So do I.
Yeah, yeah.
I work on my computer all day, making animations and crap, and well, playing games. I mean,
Oh,
I get out from time to time, but I know that a lack of exercise can really affect your available energy pool.
yes.
So,
I do want to do something about that.
oh, Purple's here.
Yeah, I noticed that. Hi, honey. Oh, where am I over here? There I am. Okay.
Oh, hi, Xander. Surprise kitty visit. Hi there, buddy. No, you don't want
Oh,
anything to do with my coffee, buddy.
let
Oh,
me see over here. Here we go. No, come on. There you go. Let's see if we can toss you a link in case you want it.
wait, you
Okay,
haven't been
Purple.
tossing Purple a link like constantly? I was wondering why we weren't being graced by Purple's presence.
Yeah, that's I should put Purple on the default list, and then B, as we were talking earlier too. I should put him on.
I thought you'd been doing this. I'm really
No, I
surprised.
somehow did not get around to it like an idiot.
I mean, I'll be honest. I was a little worried I was driving them away.
Okay then. Oh look,
But then again, that
look.
is actually something I hope I can find the picture. But oh, hey, Purple. I hope I can find the picture. But there was this autism thing about like rejection syndrome and being all
Yeah.
worried that people are avoiding you because this, that, or the other thing. Did I piss them off when I said X, Y, or Z? And a lot of people are like, that was no big deal. I'm just working myself
Hmm.
up over nothing. So, but I do have that bit of self doubt. Am I like pissing people off, and that's why they're not showing?
Okay. Okay.
Um,
How are
Yeah.
you
I
doing,
do that
honey?
a lot. That's a big part of my social anxiety.
Mm,
Okay then.
yeah.
Oh
Well, I
my.
mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Even if I may get it wrong, I do almost always mean well. So if I piss you off, please ask for clarification before you flip out. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I do give you the benefit of the doubt. So.
Well, and I mean, like, there's a lot of saying the thing you're not supposed to say, even though everyone's thinking it, where I just don't quite realize it's inappropriate. At least not until I see everyone's reaction. I'm like, oh shit, you know.
Okay then. Yeah.
Again, common for autistics.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's funny because like I heard all of this stuff, but didn't retain a lot of it until it applied to me, and now I'm looking, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I should have seen these signs before.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was encouraging you to get tested because I saw quite a few signs of it.
Yeah,
But I've been watching you for 4 years now.
that's true. Well, I've been like I had been pondering it for a long time before I did, but I had a whole bunch of reasons why I didn't wanna, and now I realize they were kind of stupid. But I have the diagnosis, and it's good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, for a while there, like part of me was a little stressed. I was like,
Hmm.
okay, before I got tested, it was just sort of this thing that might be a little quirky about me, and I thought it was kind of interesting. But at the same time, I didn't want to be that person who, like has every syndrome in the world.
Yeah.
I've
Okay.
mentioned that type of person before. I've known many of them. It's like some sort of Munchausen's thing or hypochondria or both. So it's like I avoided getting tested for that reason, but when I got tested, it was um like now I'm like, oh shit, I guess I'm autistic and there's nothing I can do about it. How does this change my life? It was a little worrisome for a while, but I've sort of come to peace with it since.
Okay then.
And I'm
Hmm.
okay with it, and I'm
Well,
just dealing with the stuff that gets in the way, and actually things are pretty good right now. So
I
Well.
I would recommend that you get at least a few sessions with a therapist to talk about it, and just because they may be able to give you some things that would help with some of the awkward social things that you've noted.
well, there's a couple of reasons I won't be doing that. Nothing that's you could have known about until I mention it now. But number one, my parents didn't grok autism at all, and even though I self-diagnosed a lot of the symptoms when I was a kid, they didn't care and thought I was just being a jerk, right? So I now that I've been diagnosed, it's different. But they wanted to change my behavior, the things that they didn't like, the things that they thought were bad behavior. So they would send me to shrinks to sort of try to get me to normalize, I guess. I mean, they wouldn't
Yeah.
have put it that way, but, and so I kind of have a bit of an aversion to shrinks just because they were used as a weapon when I was a kid.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's that. But another reason is even if I was going to do it, I'm not ready yet, simply because I have another testing session where it's more specific so they can figure out my exact flavor of autism. And once I
Hmm.
have that, it'll like help me figure out a course of well, just a course, what
Yeah.
I'm going to do next. I think that'll help narrow it down.
Yeah, refining the definition a bit.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, not the worst suggestion in the world. I just have like circumstances.
Well, I get that too, and unfortunately, it is a thing that in our society, a lot of people have stigmas about seeing a therapist.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I've also never had one help me, but maybe that's because the ones that were trying didn't know I was autistic.
Yeah, I've finding a therapist you can work with, is kind of finding a relationship.
Yeah.
Over the years, I've had some good therapists. I've had some really crappy ones. I've had some that I just wondered why they were even in the business.
Yes, I know that one all too well.
Well, I've been I don't know, just sort of dealing with that and all the other stuff. I mean, my world is changing a lot, and I don't know. I mean, I'm dealing with it, but there's a lot of internal processing going on. Let me tell you.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is just the change of location, or there's a lot more
Oh no,
going
there's
on,
so
or
much more than just
okay,
that. I
okay.
mean, I mean that and the autism, and I think did I mention on Thursday that I had gotten contacted by that psycho ex of mine?
Yes, you
Oh,
did. Yes.
Yeah, and that threw me for a loop. I don't know that. I mean, I know I'm not going to initiate contact again. She might, but that really threw me for a loop. Partly because I'd been operating under the assumption that she had just discarded me after we broke up. That our relationship didn't really matter. It was a blip on her radar, and then she tells me it messed her up almost as much as it messed me up. Our relationship. Um, some part of me still loves her, and I'm sure some part of her still loves me, but it's such a toxic thing that I'm
yep.
glad I'm moving across the country,
Okay,
because that
then.
way at
Yeah.
least I won't be tempted, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I always wonder what might have been if she hadn't been on drugs or she hadn't had that brain tumor or any of this stuff. Would she and I have been able to make a go of it? Because I really did love her. I think our crazy matched each other's. It's just she had issues.
Uh huh.
So
If
are
I
you?
could back up a bit.
Yes,
Sure.
sir.
Okay, I did see like one reference on Twitter about you moving, but I
Hmm.
really didn't hear what's going on with that.
Ah, yes. Well, I hate it here in San Diego. That's one. Seattle has become completely gentrified, so I really don't want to go back except for one last visit, really, to see friends and say goodbye to stuff. Um, and the pandemic has been kind of like just horrific and all of that stuff. And I just felt the need to touch home base. So I'm moving back to my old hometown of South Burlington, Vermont. I
Oh,
have a place lined up. It looks pretty good. It's going to have a heck of a view. Like I won't be able to see Lake Champlain, but I can see the Adirondacks. And I got to tell you, I am so looking forward to thunder and lightning again. I miss that so hard. So in like July 1st, the new place becomes available and I can start thinking about moving in. In fact, before the show started, I was actually looking at beds because I'm probably not bringing my furniture with me. And so, yeah. And of course, being me, I went looking for futuristic looking beds and I found a bunch. Some of them are super expensive, some of them all kinds of not. So, I'm some of them look really cool. They light up, they have cup holders, all kinds of nonsense, laptop trays just
Okay.
built in.
Okay.
I'm
So
disappointed you're not going to have a view to watch for Champ 24/7.
that is a shame. But I found out last night that in 2024, like somewhere in April, there's going to be a total eclipse that goes directly over Burlington.
April 8th. Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
I have never really felt the need to seek out an eclipse, but since one's going to be right there, rock,
Why not? I mean, I absolutely have no regrets. I absolutely love seeing the eclipse in Illinois 4 years ago, or well, actually, it's almost 5 years ago now. It was 17. I sought out the eclipse because it was like, hey,
Yeah.
it's going to be within it's going to be within 700 miles of me. Why don't I go? And I do not regret it at all. It wasn't what you see in the pictures in National Geographic magazine or anything like that, but it was still amazing. Um,
Well, I'm gonna have to figure out how to actually look at the eclipse. Like, I know you're not supposed to, I know you're supposed to have those like weird pinhole box thingies so you don't burn out your eyes, but I'm
right,
sure there's
right.
I'm sure there's a way to look at it enough that you can really see the eclipsing part,
Um,
and I don't know, maybe they make special sunglasses
They
now. I
do,
don't
they
know.
do.
go to Harbor Freight and for like $10, get yourself a pair of cheap welding goggles.
Yeah, you can do that
Oh,
too.
okay.
Yeah,
That's what I used in the last eclipse.
and
Well, good
the
to have
other
that advice. So,
the other thing was a lot of places were handing out um, glasses, with the paper and the plastic lenses and everything else like that. Um, I went to the local college campus As a matter of fact, it was Bodie. What the hell is his name? Ken Ham's son-in-law. It was
Satva.
Yeah, there you go. It was his alma mater, Southern Illinois University. I went to that campus to see the eclipse, and they were handing out glasses. So yeah, you could just hold them up to your eyes and watch as
Yeah.
the moon went over the disk of the sun and everything. And then
Yeah, I've
Well-
never got to see a total one.
Well,
During-
and that's the thing is it's like they had a map of where like the map of totality or whatever the path of totality, and seriously, directly over Burlington.
yes, and
Yep.
one of the things I was thinking, because the path of totality also goes directly over Cleveland, I was thinking that if I couldn't get back to Carbondale, I might consider going to Cleveland. But then
Well,
again,
that'd be a lot closer.
I might consider going to Burlington and
In that case, I'll have the airports watched. Actually, one thing that's kind of nifty though is like I've been told that the building where I'll be going actually has a bit of a community to it, and so I'm hoping that they do like a barbecue for the eclipse or something. You know?
Okay then. Okay. Oh, the map. Yes.
Yep. So I will be right up here. Look at that. It goes right over it. How cool is
Mhm.
that?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And this is going to be one of the longer periods of totality in the last couple centuries. I think it's
No. They said 20 years, I thought. Maybe it's 200 years, but
yeah,
it was
because
a while.
it's something
I
like
know there was a
4
2
minutes.
at the front of it.
Oh, 2 minutes.
There was a 2 at the front of it. I know that.
Okay, because it's not 20. That's too
Ah.
long.
Yeah. Well, anyway, you know how I was talking before about beds? I want to back up to that a smidge because I got pitches,
All right.
right? Like, this looks kind of nifty, you know? It's all lit up. That's clearly where the mattress is going to go.
All right.
And actually, I kind of like this ridge thing right there because, like I was mentioning in the green room, my mattress, it's big, and I only lie down on the right-hand side of it, and so there's this big K-shaped indent there, and I have a feeling that these little thingies will help prevent that. You know?
Okay then. Okay.
And then there's like this right here, which I'm not sure I like the red, but it does come in other colors.
What the hell
in
is
fact-
that? A king size?
It says somewhere full. It
Oh,
says.
okay.
Yeah.
It just looked larger than that.
And look at
What the
this
hell
one.
is that? A command module.
I mean, like I said, cup holders, laptop trays. I mean, look at that. I could put my Kindle here, I bet.
Sure.
know.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh hell, I could nest in that, and I'd only get out once a week.
there you
Yeah.
go. Oh.
You know, and
my.
I love that it lights up. How cool is that? You know. So yeah, like
What
I
do they
said.
want for that? Oh, $1,000. Okay.
Well, I mean, look at this one, and granted, it's from Walmart and it's out of stock, but look at that price.
Jeez, man, that's less than I paid for my sofa bed.
And I mean, it's almost the same as that one, almost.
Yeah.
And then you've got, I mean, this looks like a living room set, but holy shit, is that
Look
a
at that
cake
price.
living room or not? I mean, look at that.
I would caution against the ones that look like cheap
Ooh.
imitations of others,
Oh,
because
I know.
the construction details can make a huge difference for how many years it's going to last.
Oh, can
Well,
they ever?
I
Yeah.
guarantee you this much: I'm not going to buy a bed I haven't physically lain upon. So,
Okay
Yeah.
then. Okay.
Yeah, it's something that I would not trust anything from Walmart for a purchase that size that I'm planning to use every day.
Oh right.
well, I mean, if
right.
it turns out to not be an off-brand, though, if it turns out, I'm saying if. I'm not
That's
saying
true.
it will. I'm not talking about probabilities. I'm saying if.
That's true. I did get my my office chair from Walmart, but
Yeah.
it was a
Well, you
Serta
can
brand.
kind of do that. Yeah.
Well, it was a Serta brand, so like you say, if it's a name brand that has a good reputation.
I mean, I
Yeah.
have no regrets going to a furniture store per se to get my sofa bed. I mean, I bought it right when I moved in here because
Yeah.
my couch came apart and I wanted a couch and I also wanted a bed. So, why not get the two of them at once?
Yeah.
So I paid $500 for this thing,
Ooh.
and it's served me very well for 4+ years now. Um,
Now, I gotta say,
Um,
I like this.
what you got? What the heck? Wait a minute. Let me have a look at that.
Well, it's a bed. It doesn't have a mattress on it yet, if that's confusing.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to figure that one out. Okay, so that's not a mattress yet. You put the mattress on there, and then you've
Yeah.
got this leather bed with LED accents. Wow.
And I mean,
Well, twenty
doesn't it
five
look,
hundred bucks,
but
man.
doesn't it look badass though?
mhm.
It looks like something out of the Jetsons, actually. Yeah.
Well, I say again, doesn't it look
There you
badass?
go. There you go.
I mean, it looks like something out of the Jetsons, thus the basis of its appeal.
Well,
Diacortosteni.
for major purchases like that, though, I also always check if there's like, factory outlet stores or that. Because I've gotten a
Well,
lot of stuff like that that had like, just cosmetic flaws where it's going to be against the wall and you're not even going to see it,
Oh, sure.
and
Yeah.
gotten
well,
things
Mm-hmm.
for like half price that way.
I think it's unlikely. Well, I know it's unlikely I'll be looking for this stuff before I actually get to Vermont. But even so, it's one of those states where half the chains don't even bother.
Hmm.
So like if there's going to be an outlet store, it'll probably be for clothing, if anything. But I will be sure to look. My dad is really good at that kind of thing.
Yep.
So we'll have a look, I'm sure. But
Well,
yeah, and there will be all of the check and the warranty again. Really good at that thing, better than I'll ever be. So,
okay.
What is he? Is he going to come up for a while when you go to
well, my
Vermont?
parents go up to Vermont for 2 months every year, usually around summertime.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah,
Yeah.
and he's definitely going to help me move in because he knows I can't do it myself.
Okay then. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah,
Yeah,
I'll,
it's
I'll
always a
have
big
help.
job for one person.
Mm.
I
It'll
hate
be
moving.
helpful that I'm not taking the furniture, and I'm actually going to get rid of a lot of my books because I have digital copies and I just don't need them.
Yep.
But like packing up all of the DVDs and Blu-ray, that's going to be the big pain.
Hey, it's the example I always give that karma works without needing any spiritual dimensions to it. That if you're a good person, you've got friends around to help you. If you're an asshole, there's no one to lift the other end of the couch on moving day.
Well, there
Okay
is
then.
that. Yeah.
Well, I know how screwed up I am then. Well,
On the other
I
hand,
don't
though, I
plan
mean,
on
if
moving
nobody
anytime soon.
actually sees you kidnap the homeless guy and run experiments on him, I mean, karma is unlikely to find you.
Oh God.
Diana, if we could convince you to move, I'd be there with a U-Haul next weekend.
Oh my. It's going to be really. I admit it's going to be really difficult to convince me to move. I mean, sometimes I think I'm going to have to eventually, and I'm not looking forward to it. Um, I like my independence,
Yeah.
and the other thing I like, well, the thing I don't like is I don't want to run into a situation where I wear out my welcome. Everybody
Well,
says, "Come on out here and move." We'll help you out with this and that and the other. Like 3 months later, it's like, "You still here?"
well, I'm not going to move you in with me, but
I
that's part of the
know.
idea that
No, I
I
couldn't
really
do
think
that. No, I,
I
I
really think here you could be a lot more independent because for one thing, we've got a transit system that works. You could get around town a hell of a lot easier.
okay
Mm.
then.
That was one of the things I loved about Seattle. I have to say, a good metro system really makes a city.
Yeah, it really does.
Yep.
And this is one of the reasons I dearly love Chicago. Is their transit system is. I had forgotten how nice it was until I
Yeah.
went out there in 17.
It's
Um,
weird that they call it the W. No, wait, the L. Never mind.
yes, L as an elevated.
Yeah, I was being a brat. I know. You
Okay.
don't have to
Well,
clarify.
this is a smaller and relatively new city, so they were able to watch everything Minneapolis screwed up and know to avoid some of those mistakes.
Okay. Okay.
Now that is
Oh.
one thing though. There is public transportation in the Burlington area, but it's one of those deals where there's like 6 bus lines and they run once an hour kind of deal. But I will be really close to a bike path, and I will be getting a decent bike. Mind you, that won't work for the winter, so I'm probably getting a vehicle too. But yeah, also they have something. It's sort of like Airbnb for vehicles or something. It's like
Huh?
called car share, and it's sort of like there's just cars all over the city or something. You can just get in one with your credit card or something. I don't know exactly how it works. My dad explained it to me, but I did not retain it. I think I actually have to see it in action. But it sounded interesting. It was like if you really need transportation, it is there.
Hey, Beach.
And, anyway, I'm just saying.
Well, here we've got a thing called Dial-A-Ride, that if you need to get to some place that the buses don't normally go, you can, call and schedule it. And usually for like, from what I understand, it's only like $3 to get to most anywhere in the city.
Well, that's certainly better than Lyft or Uber. I mean,
Yeah, I was
like
just about to say that.
12 blocks, they want to charge me like $15. And I'm
Yeah.
like, I would hoof it 12 blocks if I didn't have a computer that I'm taking to the repair store. But, that's just way the hell too much money just to transport me and my machine,
Yep.
Yeah, because I'll pay $10 one way to dialysis when I take an Uber, and
Well,
that's less than 2 miles.
well, and that's a huge thing here is that with the medical insurance that we're on, they will cover transportation. They will, get you a Medicab to get you to any doctor's appointment.
Yeah, but what are the limits on that? Because I know there are things out here, but they limit you to like 6 rides a year.
No, no, there's no limits on it as long as it's going to, like a clinic or a hospital. That's the only limitation for it.
Okay, then, because, yeah, that's one of the
Because
things I don't like about the way they run things out here.
when I was visiting you, Sloth
Mm-hmm.
Girl had to see a specialist that was, way off in the Minneapolis suburbs. So it was like, 65 miles each way. And yeah, no problem. They took her to the appointment. They picked her up when it was over and brought her home.
Well, I think they
Gee.
have something like that in Seattle too, but they definitely don't in San Diego.
Okay, then.
Just saying. I don't know about like anywhere in Vermont. I haven't looked, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I
I know
have
we've
to.
got I know
Hmm?
we've got people in this building who have some kind of regularly scheduled treatments, that are using that on a weekly basis.
Okay, then.
okay. Weird question.
Weird answer.
Between the both of you, who lives in the redder state?
Um, Minnesota is a blue state, but this city is a very red pocket.
Okay, because I mean, like I tend to associate lack of public generosity with conservatives. Frankly,
Okay,
they
then.
have that whole rugged individualism nonsense. I'm just trying to see whether or not the hospital transportation situation is in any way related. So,
For all I
Um,
know, it might be. I mean, it's rather red in the vicinity here. I mean, Pittsburgh is
yeah.
allegedly a blue city, but I don't have to walk too far from this apartment to get into blue country to see the MAGA hats and everything. Well,
Yep.
shit.
that's red country.
I'm did I say blue?
Yeah.
I mean
You
red.
did.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I sit in the dialysis chair and I have to look at a MAGA hat across the room. One
Yeah.
of these deals. And
Well,
there's the guy with the snake, that "Don't tread on me"
Oh
symbol they've
yeah.
got going. There's that too, and everything else, and
the
which
percentage of red to blue in the state legislature has a huge effect on if you have to have Medicaid and what they will pay for.
okay then, yeah. Amish country is not too far from here, so that is another piece of it. Southern Pennsylvania is rather kind of red.
Hmm. I don't know. It's funny. Like Vermont is pretty deeply blue, but I seem to remember a couple of elections ago they went red, and I was a little shocked. I
Okay,
don't remember exactly which election it was, though. I think it was pre-Trump, but I'm not sure.
okay then.
Yeah,
Which
I was a little
reminds me,
disappointed by Vermont, I have to
Well,
say. Like I'm so used to it being Bernie Sanders country. How the hell did it go red?
and to be honest, even some of the Republicans that have gotten elected in Minnesota, like Mark Dayton, I have supported much of what he's done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
and I'm-
despite being an heir to the whole, Dayton, Hudson, Target, all that money, he's actually supported a lot of things for workers' rights.
Amazing. I like it.
I mean, obviously, my own personal agenda leans more towards, hey, be nicer to LGBT people, please. But I
Yes.
mean, obviously, I stand with workers as
Yeah.
well. I mean, but it's just I have a slightly different focus myself.
Yeah, well, and that's Minnesota has a very out LGBTQ community.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it's a
I
good
actually
thing.
I mean, Vermont is one of the two states that started with the civil unions. I was a little annoyed it wasn't gay marriage, but whatever. They got the ball rolling. In fact, some of my old next door neighbors, who I believe are still living in the old neighborhood, were one of the couples that got it started and one of the first ones that got hitched. So Vermont is pretty accepting of that sort of thing. But I've also been gone for what, like 30 years. So I don't know if it's stayed that way. I assume so, but still, I mean,
Well,
I don't know what kind of support mechanisms or social mechanisms there are for queer people there. Like I looked it up, and there's like one dyke bar, and it's very unofficial. So like I don't know. I mean, I don't know what my dating prospects will be like, for example, but I don't know what they're like here either. Because let's face it, I'm terrible at dating. I'm just saying it'd be nice to have a large enough pool that I might find somebody.
yeah, to thinking there's some place you could meet someone at least.
Try, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
that's the bad
Minneapolis
thing about.
has had a very visible queer community, and I've been involved with it pretty much since the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, around here you don't have that much of a queer community, and well, it doesn't help that I don't have any money in any way to get around anyway. But
Yeah, I mean, I've never lived in a place that wasn't at least a little accepting, but then again, I remember like, okay, back when I was in school, people would insult each other with the old F slur, which I'm not going to say so it doesn't get
oh, that
demonetized,
one,
but you
yes,
know what I
native.
mean. But the thing is, I don't think they ever really meant gay by it. It was just what you call someone. It's in the same category of dipshit and asshole, and nobody really stops and thinks about what it actually means. At least back then they didn't.
Yeah, they didn't mean the literal meaning. They just knew it was a slur.
Yeah. So I mean, in that way, maybe Vermont wasn't completely progressive, but at the same time, it was also just sort of incidental homophobia. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying I tolerate it. I'm saying it's not necessarily protest worthy. Especially since that was also like what, the 80s and the 90s. So I mean, it's probably not even an issue anymore.
Yeah, one would assume that they've maybe progressed a bit.
Yeah. I don't know. It's funny to me how many things we use as like insults and slurs that we don't even understand. Like I was quite like I think I was into my 20s or 30s when I knew what the hell a Pollock was. I know we've mentioned this before, but we were always like, how many Pollocks does it take to change a light bulb? And I'm like, I just went with it. I didn't know what the hell a Pollock was. I just thought, stupid people. I didn't know why. It's kind of like on the same level as dumb blondes. I mean, it was just what you joked about. Now I understand it. I'm like, whoa, that was racial.
Well, I grew up in the middle of that. Yeah.
Well, one that very few people still get is that yellow was a racial slur.
Oh yeah, right.
Calling someone yellow that they're a coward was from the Italians calling the Chinese railroad workers yellow because they didn't like to fight.
Oh, I always thought it was like oh, you're so afraid you peed yourself. You're yellow.
No.
Oh, I think my version is a lot more politically correct.
I do prefer your version, but yeah. No, it was because, the Irish always liked a good tussle and the Chinese tried to avoid a fight, so.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even if they knew martial arts, they're supposed to be for self-defense, so I get it, but still.
That's okay. The other part of that I think is hilarious is that they don't know where chop suey came from.
Came from San Francisco, didn't it?
Well, yeah, chop suey in Chinese actually means miscellaneous scraps.
Because
this is how the Chinese cooks got back at the Irish, was after they fed their own people, they chopped up the stems and the scraps they were going to throw away, and that's what they fed to the Irish workers.
Okay, then.
See, one thing that knocks me out is that way back in the day, the definition of white was completely different. Like there was a time they said Italians and Irishmen aren't white in the United States, and I'm like, okay. If we're going to like allow that for like colors to represent skin tone, then that's just demonstrably false. What's wrong with you people?
Yeah.
I mean, even if you look at a swarthy Italian, and I got some of that going on, I got Italian in my blood. Like even if you forget about the Italians, the Irish are pasty. How do you call them not white?
There you go. There you go.
I just it's so
it was
weird
the
to me
red
the
hair for
standards
some
they
reason
came up with because
disqualified
they
them.
wanted
Yeah.
to discriminate against people. It's just so bizarre to me.
Yeah, for some reason, it only covered Northern Europeans and people from the British Isles, but not the Irish.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, like a while back, I did a deep dive into what constitutes fascism. And honestly, that sounds like proto-fascism. It's we're the good ones, you're all the bad ones. It's
Oh,
very,
sure. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like we are better, we have a destiny, and you're all just there to, I don't know, serve us or whatever. You're the unworthy. That's like the heart of fascism right there.
To be fair, that was the attitude that the entire British Empire took for a couple hundred years.
Fair enough. I mean, um, like I guess it maps onto royalty as well. I don't know. It's still bizarre to me as well that we still have like kings and queens and shit to this day, emperors even like over in Asia. I'm like, isn't this weird? Like I associate that with King Arthur and crap. The fact that we still have royalty now, just like it's cognitive dissonance. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, our conversation's moving pretty fast, but you're missing some good stuff in the side chat as we go.
Oh.
Wait a minute. What do we got?
Well, when she was talking about fag, Beach said so British cigarettes, and
Oh yeah, right.
and Mage was saying that the Eastern martial arts were originally pretty dirty.
Yeah, huh?
And Native Atheist said, "I'm not pasty."
It doesn't a little bit shock me that the martial arts were like, I mean, because usually it's the use of them that's for self-defense rather than the like techniques, I guess, unless it's judo or tai chi or whatever.
Well, most martial arts training, involves a lot of self-discipline as well.
Yeah. I have to admit, like, I've tried to take martial arts many times and I can't stick with it, which I'm sure is at least partly an autism thing, but it's the constant repetition and lack of application early on that has me going, you know what, this is really dull and I'm getting bored with it. I've been doing this for a year and it's the same thing over and over. Can we branch out a smidge? And of course the class curriculum is set, so no. And I just after a while gave up because I was bored,
Yeah, I could never do it for the same reason.
Yeah, that whole what was the kid's name with Mr. Miyagi? I've been doing this all
Daniel
this.
LaRusso,
Daniel,
yeah.
It was. I've been doing all this and there's no application. I get that. Yeah, so you go into it not thinking that you're going to be Jackie Chan the first week. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, even so, it's like, okay, I got middle punch down. All right, I understand a middle punch and a middle block. Can we possibly move on to something else?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I think the threshold beyond which you can test for high white belt and yellow belt are just too long. It's too arduous a process. Like I can understand taking a lot longer when you hit green belt, but if you're taking 2-3 years to hit yellow belt, I just
Okay, I get it. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Oh, I don't know. Well, physically, I don't know whether I could do it or not. I'm too old and too broken. My sister went a few years with that stuff. I think she made it to what's the one after yellow?
Well, it depends on what martial art it is.
She was karate.
Oh, then I'm not sure. I know Taekwondo belts, and that's about it. I know
Okay.
there's because karate has like a purple belt in there somewhere, and Taekwondo definitely doesn't, or at least
Okay.
not the Taekwondo I took, and I went to at least 3 schools. So, you know,
Yeah, one
Okay
of my
then.
daughters took karate and she got up to a yellow belt, but she got bored with it too.
yeah. I don't know. I wonder if there's like a martial arts style, or at least a school specifically for people with ADHD. You know?
It
No,
would be.
unfortunately, I think that generally they'd have the attitude that with enough mental discipline, you should be able to overcome that.
Well, that's another problem I've had is that people have said that to me my entire life, but mental discipline is also not one side
Yep,
fits all. You
right.
know, so
Well, that's what
it's
I've run into all
yeah,
my life too. Yeah.
I mean, people try to say, "Oh, just do this, just do that," and it's like you realize it doesn't work for everybody, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the problem. I don't know how many read books I've read and things I've watched on how to get organized, and it's like, yeah, unfortunately, we're never gonna get past step 3 here.
Well, it's really easy if you're like, I don't know if it's autistic or ADHD or whatever aspect of it, maybe a combination, but I get like fatigued really quickly. And I don't mean physically tired, I mean like mentally, emotionally fatigued. I might spend 15 minutes just passionately organizing, and then I'm like, ugh. Either I look at how much there is still to go or all the things that I still want to be doing instead, and I'm
Yeah.
just like, oh, I'm so done with this. And then it never finishes.
I know that
Yeah.
feeling all too well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's, like I can sit and I can sort a tub of Lego pieces, into all the individual elements. But as far as getting my living room to a point that I could actually have company over, no, that's not happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
know
of
that
course,
one.
I spend a fair amount of time like just designing the organizational paradigm. And by the time I'm done, I'm like, okay, time to implement. No.
Yeah.
I'm like, at this point, I have expended too much skull sweat. I need a break. And by the time the break is done, I don't want to implement the scheme I designed.
There you go. Yeah.
It's like, what are you going to do?
Oh my. I think it's time for a cup of coffee. At least
Make.
I'm at least I'm connected to the headset so I can hear you guys.
Oh, have you got a cordless headset now?
I've had one and I haven't used it for a good long time. But I broke the um, when I broke the headset I had been using, I just reached for this one. I shit when I was doing movie night with Jeff, I had
Mm-hmm.
this I had this headset. It's one of those Logitech wireless things.
Yeah, I remembered you having one a couple of years ago, but I thought you had problems with it.
Well, there is a problem in the sense that I can't wear it for the length of a show without some discomfort.
Hmm.
That
Um,
is a
Yeah.
problem I've had with headphones a lot, is you can't wear them as long as I usually do, like the length of a rollerblading trip or something.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I've got a Logitech wireless. I think it's actually the same model you had.
Yeah, what is it,
But
H600 or some shit like that?
yeah, but the problem I have with mine is like I can't wear it into the kitchen, and I'm guessing it's probably because electrical cables in the walls interfere with it.
I run into a little bit of that here because, well, I was just pouring a cup of coffee in the kitchen, and you know where the kitchen is compared to the desk, and it was already getting staticky.
Yeah, well, if I try to go into my kitchen, it's just deafening static. You can't make out any voices.
Mm-hmm.
And that goes both ways, that if I forget to mute my mic, it'll hurt everybody who's in the chat.
Okay, yeah. Well, I know that I do that all the time, and I have to do something about that, but that's another story. Oh, God. Don't get old. Just don't do it. It's not worth it.
Well, it is still better than the alternative.
Says you.
Xander's
Well,
dreaming. He's chasing bunnies in his sleep while he's on my lap.
ah,
Oh, my.
Sorry, go on. I just had to say.
Oh, no.
I
I
haven't
have the same thing sometimes with Sammy when he's laying on my leg here.
I haven't seen any bunnies yet. Uh, there are bunnies living all in the trees and the bushes around this building, and I haven't seen any yet. So I guess it has to get a little warmer.
Well, I haven't been rollerblading in a very long time just because getting to the bike path is one hell of a chore. Either it's super expensive or it takes forever.
Mhm.
But when I was on the Silver Strand bike path here in San Diego, you see a lot of lizards going by. I
Okay,
mean,
okay.
it's the desert, but every now and then you'll catch sight of a bunny bounding away from the bike
Oh
path.
my.
Ah,
And they're a little on the sort of brownish tannish side, but they're kind of cute, you know.
Mm. Now, do
So
you
actually,
see?
the brownish tannish color is actually kind of cute unto itself. It's just it reminds me so much of a gerbil.
There you go. Now, do you
Yeah,
get to see any monitor lizards chasing bunnies?
I'm pretty sure we don't have those in San Diego. I
Okay.
mean, the lizards I'm talking about, I don't know if they're salamanders or geckos or whatever the fuck they are, but they're probably about the size, like from the tip of your middle finger to your wrist, and that's including the tail.
yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
you don't
okay,
get any
okay,
huge ones there.
okay.
Yeah. Why do they call them monitor lizards anyway? What are they monitoring, I wonder?
I looked that up one day and I forget. Ah, you know me.
I don't know why they're called that, but I thought it was interesting that one book I read about them listed under their normal prey German tourists.
It's funny because Mage just mentioned a phone number in there, and I can't help. Okay, obviously, we're living in an age where landlines are redundant, superfluous, obsolete, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
But like my parents got rid of the landline for my childhood home, and I'm a little disappointed because that's been the phone number since 1980, and now it's gone. And I'm like, damn it! I like for some reason I developed an affection for just the sound of saying it,
Mm,
and now it's gone. And I don't like it.
I kind of know that feeling because you want to talk about, it's been forever.
yeah.
Um, I wonder sometimes if my childhood phone number is still extant because I know that some carriers would allow you to move your old landline phone number to your new um, wireless account and that sort of thing. And the slimy bastards had that phone number from 1959 until they died in the teens.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
Uh,
want to have to pay for a second line or whatever, but if it's possible to, and I don't want to change my cell because then everyone who wants to get in touch with me,
Yeah,
can't
huh?
unless
Yep.
there's some sort of forwarding system.
Uh huh.
So, like I wonder though if the phone company will let me say, look, can you add two numbers to the same account without charging me more? Or without charging me exorbitantly more, because then I could have that old like family phone number on my cell as well as my actual cell number. That would rock. I suspect it's not possible, but it would rock if you could do it.
Well, I've got two.
Also, for all I know, someone swiped up that number already.
Could be. Yeah,
I
I've
don't know
got.
how long, like after a phone line's been disconnected, do they like retire the phone number for a certain amount of time just so that no one gets like all these wrong phone calls? I wonder.
I don't know.
Supposedly, they're not supposed to reissue the phone number for 6 months.
Ah,
Although in practice, I don't think that's generally done.
well, I don't know. I mean, I'm actually, it wouldn't shock me if it's done automatically now by computer, where before it used to be like a who cares, don't bother sort of scenario.
Yeah, several times a week, I'm getting texts from whoever owned my phone number before.
Okay.
Well, I've had my phone number since the 90s, the one on my cell. So if someone calls me, it's either someone who wants to get in touch with me or robocallers and spam.
I've had my phone number only since I got this phone, and that's since I've lived here. And
Anyone
I've lived,
else get that? Oh,
and I've lived here what 4 years.
anyone else get that spammy robocaller where it's a fairly realistic voice. I don't know if it's TTS or pre-recorded, but it sounds like some dude who is probably either a football coach in the military. And he goes like, "Hi, this is Dave." And I'm like, "I've heard this voice before, and I've heard those words exactly in exactly that intonation. You're a fucking robot." But it's smart enough that if you talk to it, it has a lot of responses for things you might say like, "Oh, please fuck off." I mean, yeah, it's like, and the thing is relentless. It really wants to talk to you about whatever the hell product or service it is. And, if there was someone else listening on the other end, I'd cheerfully mess with it. But for the most part, I'd just shout "fuck off" robocolor and block the number.
Okay, then.
You know.
Oh,
Yeah.
my.
I did have that issue with the childhood phone number that when my mom moved out of the house we all grew up in, that the landline there had been the same phone number for like 67 years.
Okay.
Now,
I kind
I
of
don't
feel
know.
sorry for anyone who gets issued that phone number, because also being a large family, they'll constantly be getting calls for all sorts of people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I hate losing a lot of the things that I was attached to like that. And one thing I almost lost was my childhood home entirely. Like my parents hadn't even asked me. They're like, well, number one, they didn't talk to me about like moving out when they moved to Mexico, which let me tell you pissed me off. But at least they kept it and leased it to family friends. But at the same time, they told me, yeah, we're going to sell it in the will. And I'm like, excuse me, I want to move in when you guys are toast. And they actually did change the will so I can have the house, but they were
Oh,
gonna
okay.
sell it. And I was like, excuse me? I mean, because I really am attached to that house. There are things about it. I love how the stairs are a bit steep so you can take them on all fours. There's this one board in the kitchen floor that has this discolored spot that just sticks in my memory constantly. There's just all these little things about the house that I would miss if it wasn't there anymore. And I seriously, like, if I'm moving to South Burlington now, when that house is available, I'm moving the fuck in as soon as I can. I want my child at home, damn it.
Okay, then. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
have such attachments to things, so
It's nice
Oh,
that
I
you can.
grow so attached.
It's nice that you can have an attachment like that. I don't think I could live in my childhood home because the memories I have from there are all bad.
Well, I mean,
that's
I
the
don't
same
have the
with me.
best
Yeah.
memories from my childhood home either, but I mean, I still really love that house. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, that's the same
Yeah.
with me, as it's just there's more negative connections than positive ones.
Now,
So
if
about
I.
the only thing I get that kind of good feeling from is like, when I'm at a thrift store and I find a toy that I had as a kid.
Okay, then.
There are a couple of things. If I was still, like making money and when Redshift is over, it will be again. There are a couple of things that I've seen on eBay that are like, toys I had as a child that clearly got thrown out, but
Yep.
which I actually really liked simply because of their design, and I'd love to have it there. Like I have a bunch of old like laser tag rifles from the 80s, the old Worlds of Wonder, and I've been using them actually as props for Quinn Redshift, where I'm like, how would this character hold this weapon when they're standing in this position in this way aiming at that guy? It really helps me animate when I can mime the actions with an object in my hand so I know that I'm moving it correctly. Those rifles have been really helpful. And if I had those childhood toys, I might be able to go, okay, the nose cone on the spaceship is shaped like this. It looks that way. I can probably replicate it, that kind of thing.
Okay, then.
Yep.
Yeah.
I get you.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
But,
Actually, I've been having fun the last couple of days because I bought a box of Lego that I found at the thrift store.
Oh, wow. Yay.
And just a random thing that was in the box was this little Tootsie Toy car, which were like the cheap ones that, if you couldn't afford Matchbox cars, these were like the cheap substitute, because
Okay.
it's literally molded a single piece and then the axles are snapped on it and that's it.
huh.
Oh,
But it's
my.
just, it's kind of fun because I remember having a mess of these when I was a kid. So I've got it here on the table next to my chair and I keep playing with it.
Okay, so here's a question. If you had to pick one, Matchbox or Hot Wheels?
Matchbox.
Hmm.
Matchbox were more realistic and had more detail. Hot Wheels were for performance on the tracks.
Yeah, huh? And I really liked that whole detail thing and everything. I remember a Tetley T truck I had, a Matchbox version. I mean, everything down to the painting on the side of the truck and everything was just so
Yep.
beautiful.
Well,
Well, I had like a toy Trans Am. I forget if it was Matchbox or Hot Wheels, but I liked it a lot. And now, like, I don't know what happened to it. And I've seen it on eBay selling for like hundreds of dollars. I'm like, I don't think I'm
Okay.
getting one of these again. You know.
Well,
well,
that's
only because there were, so many kids in the house that we had like collections that built, and one of them was the Hot Wheels track that we had like a dozen sets together.
okay.
Nice.
So, we would build it and clamp it onto the windowsill at the top of the stairs, and run it all the way down the stairs, all the way down the hallway, and then the hallway took a 90-degree turn, and that was a challenge to see if you could ever find a car that could make the turn.
Holy shit! They must have
The
been
vast
going.
majority of them didn't make it down the stairway.
They must have been going 60 miles an hour by the time
Yeah.
they got to the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah, it was like a 12-foot drop there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
But
don't
you-
know. I'm thinking about like because my new place has a second bedroom that I don't know what to do with yet. And I have pondered putting like some sort of models or miniatures for maybe filming, but also like I don't know, a train set or something in there. You
Yeah.
know, but I have to figure out something to do with that room. I might just make it a place to store all my movies. I don't know. But
Well-
I have to figure out what to do with it. I mean, hobby room, gaming room, movie room, I don't know.
you sure
Yeah,
you
for
couldn't
me it
turn
would
it?
definitely be.
Hmm?
For me, it would definitely be for displaying the toy collection, and I would have a Lego train that would go all around the room.
You sure you couldn't turn it into a studio?
It's too small for like if I wanted to do a green screen studio, for example, it's just too small.
Okay.
You
Ah.
know, I mean, I could put a table in there and put hobby stuff on it, but that's about it.
What are we
Okay.
talking, like a 10 by 10 room?
I'd have to look it up again. I have the floor plan, but I don't remember like memorizing it.
Daju korostu. Oh,
But
my. What are we
I don't know. I
here?
mean, if I could find a decently like futuristic looking train, I might do that. You know, but then again, I was never really into trains that much. My parents thought I was because I loved the Amtrak trains, but those were all sleek and silver and like futuristic looking. That's why I liked them. But my idiot parents heard their toddler say, I like that Amtrak train, and bought me a whole bunch of like, freight train sets.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Okay.
no, I wanted the Amtrak stuff. But of course, my parents didn't listen to me because they didn't yet realize, like that was one of the big complaints I had with my dad was he would never give me his full attention when I needed it. Like, remember that story I told about how I like test drove a car and it was the first time I'd driven in 20 years and I somehow ended up near the airport and I needed
Yep.
my dad's help to navigate back to the dealership and he was just like distracted looking at his phone. And I'm like, Dad, do I make this turn? He's like, I'm like, there's 2 turns coming up. Which one do I make? He's like, that one. I'm like, could you fucking point and be more specific? I'm in the middle of traffic here, and like he's since learned, okay, when Kate needs my attention, and I mean needs my attention, not just wants, I will give it. I mean, that was one of the pledges he made when we made up. And so far he's made good on it, and you have no idea how much it's improved our relationship.
Oh, yay!
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
That's
So
good.
I mean that was a large part of it is even though I told my parents here's what's wrong.
Oh, well.
I realize that.
Okay, am I back?
Yep.
Yeah,
Now
Okay,
can you hear us?
yay. Yes, I can.
Okay.
Digga.
I realize that, and I've said that to the kids I raised that, I know I screwed some things up.
Wait a minute.
Especially like the first two, because it's like your first couple, you don't really know what you're doing as a parent. There's no real training program before time. You got to learn it all on the job.
Hey, Von Rick.
Well, but that's the thing is like my parents just paradigm for raising me was so off. Like a lot of it was, oh, we just don't want you to be spoiled. But what that meant was they said no to everything. Like it didn't matter if it was important. It didn't matter if it was no big deal. It didn't matter if it was inexpensive. The answer was no. And that was often a problem because it got to unreasonable levels. And like there were other things like that where they were just systemic problems. And of course they had all this hippie shit in their head. Like they sent me to like a first or second grade birthday party saying, why don't you regift one of your other toys, which made me a social pariah because you're supposed to give them something that's in a package. And my parents were like, oh, well, I guess the world's just not ready for that yet. Never mind the fallout on me, And so there's a lot of stuff like that where they finally, at the age of fucking 46, my age, said, yeah, all of that was pretty wrong-headed. Sorry. And I'm like, well, I mean, I'm glad to hear it. It doesn't help a lot, but I'm glad to hear it. Thank you. And it has improved our relationship. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh my. Yeah, why didn't I get that? Why didn't I get my vitamins into the pack here? I don't know, because I'm dumb. That's why.
That's another thing I got to do. Like, I know that marijuana has been decriminalized in Vermont, but they also don't seem to have dispensaries yet. So I don't know what I'm going to do until that gets worked
it sounds
out.
like the difference between decriminalized and legalized.
Although, well, let's see. I don't know if this is... No, that says San Diego. I want a Vermont store. Damn it. I hate how they look at your location and default to...
Yes.
It's like, that's not what I said. I typed the word Vermont. What's wrong with you?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Dispensaries near me. Are you 20 or older? Yes. Asshole.
Oh,
all right.
God.
Ooh, it looks like there might be one in Burlingtown. Oh, no, these are medical dispensaries.
Aw.
Or at least it looks like it anyway.
Are they only at the level that you need a prescription for it?
I mean, see, that's the thing. Like I say, it's the recreational stuff has been decriminalized. They just don't have dispensaries yet. They haven't created that, I guess, legislation, regulation, whatever. It just hasn't been implemented. So it's a waiting game at this point. But it's that's one thing. Like, I'd love to stock up so I have some in Vermont until they get their thumb out. But I'm pretty sure transporting it to Vermont is a federal crime.
Yes.
If you take it over a state border, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Any
so
method
unless
of
there's a way
crossing
to
state
do it
lines with
totally on the DL, I don't think. I think I'll be without for quite some time.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm stuck here. I know people who could send it to me, but any method of sending it across state lines is a federal offense.
Now, is it a crime to receive it or just to send it?
I believe to receive is also a crime.
Oh, that sucks. I mean, you can't. But the thing is, you can't control when someone sends something to you. So unless you report it.
Well, that's it. If someone finds out or figures out or whatever that you had taken possession of something that was sent across a state line, yeah.
Well, I mean, here's a question, though. I mean, what if you have, quote unquote, taken possession, but only enough, like, to see what it is and then turn it in? I mean, I'm
really
sure they'll make allowances for that.
I don't know what they would do with that. Yeah, they would.
Well, I mean, like, call up the police, say, dude, someone sent me a whole bunch of weed. I know it's illegal. Can you come pick it up and not get me in trouble for it? It's not my fault. I don't know if they'd go, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I know possession is illegal, but how do you not possess if you got it like without, I guess, your consent.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's kind of like that question I've had: can you break but not enter? It's always breaking and entering. What if you unlock someone's door, then relock it and leave without ever going in?
I think
You
that would
just
just
broke
be
without
vandalism.
entering, didn't you?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I think they just, chalk that under as being vandalism.
But nothing was broken. It wasn't permanent in any way. You didn't even damage anything. You unlocked it, locked it, and left. No one would be the wiser unless you said. And yes, you're right. Biden could decriminalize it. He's just a dick who won't take any action without it being bipartisan.
Yeah.
Yeah, well. He also believes that grass is a gateway drug.
Well, whether he does or not, he's still like, there are so many things he could do with a stroke of a pen that he won't because he wants, like, cooperation from the right wing.
Well, he's an idiot that
I
way.
needed a politician who is willing to say, fuck the opposition, fuck working with people, we're going to get shit done. I mean, hell, the right
Yeah.
wing does that and they end up getting their shit done. Why can't we do it?
Yeah.
There's the thing, I was just
unfortunately,
gonna say
that's the only
that.
thing now.
Yeah. Because there's no way that there's going to be any cooperation between the Democrats and the Republicans.
Well,
And
Mitch
a lot of people
McConnell
say
and
that's by
several.
design so that nothing
Yep.
can get done.
It is. Mitch McConnell and a couple other Republicans have said on the record that they're not releasing a platform, that the only thing is that they will defeat anything Biden proposes.
And
I
that's,
I don't just mean the Republicans, though. I mean the entire system is set up to be gridlocked.
Yeah.
Because there won't be any cooperation on either side, no matter who's in power. So unless one side has like a supermajority, nothing's going to happen.
Yep.
It's just congressional gridlock.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
that's
one of
now,
the huge
yeah.
flaws in the two-party system. That if we had like 5 parties, they'd have to, like do some cooperation, form coalitions to get things through. But
Well, I remember a time when the parties
one
were.
party couldn't block it all.
Well, what
Yeah,
drives me nuts are the assholes who say, I mean, flat out say, well, we have to vote for this guy because otherwise the other side's going to win. No one votes for anything anymore. The left wing is only willing to play defense. And yes, I mean the voters. And that pisses me off so bad. We need to take a chance once in a while, or we're going to keep getting do nothing milquetoast bullshit like Biden constantly.
Well, there you go. No, I remember a time when the parties were a bit more rational. Not entirely rational, but a bit more. Where we actually got the Civil Rights Act of 1965 passed, for example, which is something you could never do today. I remember
Well, even up to the 70s and 80s, you got some legislation passed by
It was pretty much Reagan's
getting
fault.
cooperation.
Yeah, you're right.
He was the end of any kind of bipartisanship. He was, or at least the beginning of the end. It was all Reagan.
Yeah,
but
and
before that, you could get stuff passed by, you could get at least 5 or 10 people from the other side to agree with it as long as you made these slight changes.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and I'm going to apologize. I am so ashamed of being a Reagan supporter back at that time. But
I can't even imagine. Mind you, I was a kid when he was like, both running and president, but I can't imagine supporting his platform by any stretch.
Well, I had material comfort. What did it matter to me, really? I wanted to preserve that.
But
And,
but material comfort, big fat hairy deal. There's people suffering.
Yeah.
I
You
know,
I mean, it's all a matter of empathy and compassion. That's something that no politician seems to have anymore, but which the Democrats seem to have in spades compared to the Republicans back in the day.
Compared to, I mean, I
Well-
don't even see the Democrats as having as much as I'd like them to have. But
Well, of course not.
Another
No one's
thing-
left enough for me. But my point stands is that the right wing was always kind of disgusting.
Oh yeah.
Another thing that has changed, though, is that, pretty much up to Reagan, we didn't have the internet then. So
True.
the average person could not go back and do their own fact checking to find out, if this is consistent with what he said a month ago.
Hmm.
Okay then. Yeah. Hey Jeff, how you doing?
Hmm. Oh, hey,
Yay.
Jeff. Yeah, so it's
Well,
I don't know.
made you
I don't know
gotta.
what to do because, like I keep trying to tell people that, like they keep saying, no, 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 it's not the fault of the voters. It's just the system. And I'm like, they didn't have to vote for Biden, right? They didn't have to. The voters had a choice. It begins and ends with them. If they were smart enough, they would vote like for their own interests instead of against them. But too many of the voters are fucking sheep. And that's the problem. But everyone goes, no, 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 it's the system. It's set up, it's completely rigged. I'm like, yeah, but if the voters vote for the people they actually want,
Well,
instead of the people they're scared into voting by, like the media and the politicians, we'd have like a much better government right now, but they keep falling for it. And that's the thing that pisses me off. And the people who insist, no, no, it's not their fault for falling for it. Bullshit, it's not.
well, if people didn't vote against their own interests, the Republicans wouldn't have won an election in the last 40 years.
Well, that's true, but that doesn't change my point in any stretch,
Yeah, I'm just saying it's not a thing on the left necessarily.
Well,
It's
it
just
doesn't.
so
Well,
many people vote for stupid reasons and don't look at what's
well,
actually going to improve their own
I'm
life.
not just talking about the left, though. I'm talking about everybody I talk
Yeah.
to about politics. They all take it as axiomatic that you cannot win if you coalesce around the right candidate. You have to go with the one everyone else is like screaming is popular. And nobody will fight for anything anymore, it seems like. So I mean, I'm just it feels like I'm one of the sole voices of reason here, where I'm like, just try something new, assholes. Doing the same thing over and over is what got us here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, Jeff,
Well-
I agree. The whole tactical voting thing is effectively a choice between syphilis and cholera.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
so
Kate,
sick and tired of that
you
shit.
say try something new in that, and it's like, I've done that.
Well, yeah, but
I-
we're individuals. I need everyone to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I voted for I voted for Walter Mondale because when Reagan was running, I didn't like who the Democrats had up either.
Wasn't Walter Mondale the Democrat?
I thought so.
No, he ran as an independent.
Oh, okay, okay.
I don't remember that. I really don't remember. I thought he ran as a Democrat. Didn't he have the? Well, if he wasn't a Democrat, who was?
Now I forget who it was.
I could have
wait a
sworn
minute.
he was the Democratic candidate. Isn't he the one where like his vice president candidate was Geraldine Ferraro? Or am I thinking of someone else?
Whoops. Come here, you.
Let's see here.
Who were the 1980 presidential?
1984 presidential campaign. Mondale ran for the Democratic Party presidential nomination in the Democratic presidential primaries preceding the 1984 election and was soon the frontrunner. Yeah, he ran as a Democrat.
Yeah, but I thought he ran again. Now I can't quite remember.
Oh, well, again, I don't know
Was.
about again. I'm talking about the 84 campaign when he ran against Reagan with Geraldine Ferraro.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't remember him running any other time, honestly. But, yeah. Oh, he's dead. I didn't know that.
Who? Mondale?
Mondale.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Natural
either.
Causes 93. This was 2020. Oh, well, 2021. Okay, it's recent. So I don't feel so bad not knowing now.
Yeah, no, I hadn't.
I mean, usually I'm pretty up on deaths of famous people, but I missed his, and now I don't feel so bad about doing it.
Oh, but it's amazing. I'm just looking at this stuff. The 80 presidential election. I mean, goddamn. Reagan stepped all over everybody. I think Carter got 49 electoral votes that year.
Yeah.
Actually, Reagan won 49 states. Minnesota was the only state he didn't take.
Yeah, huh?
Because
Maybe
I
that's the time
remember,
I'm thinking of where I was ashamed of
Yeah.
Vermont.
I remember a T-shirt, that had the North America on it and the border of the U.S., but then it had Minnesota cut out to be part of Canada.
Okay, yeah.
That was one of the things that inspired the whole thing. I keep going on about getting Canada to annex Minnesota. It seemed like a great idea to me.
See, I'd love for Canada to annex Vermont, except that it's right up against Quebec, and I definitely don't want that.
Yeah, you'd have to learn to speak French.
No, I would not. I would absolutely not, as a point of pride, not learn to speak French. I hate that language so much, it's ugly. Like, I don't know how to explain it. The sound of it just grates on my ears. Even if
Yeah.
it's all like a wonderful, like everyone who speaks it is made of cotton candy and rainbows. I don't care. That language grates on me.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
probably the
It's
phlegm
something.
gargling part. And when they speak it through their nose, that nonsense,
It's something that Quebec has as a referendum periodically. I know the last time was less than 10 years ago to
What you mean?
change their official language to
Oh,
French.
yeah.
Mm.
But I know it's something that goes through a regular cycle that they keep trying to do it and it keeps getting voted down.
Mm.
Just
I
because
don't know.
most of the people realize it would just be too much of a hassle if they weren't speaking the same language as the rest of the country when they
Uh-huh.
have to, go to court and deal with government offices.
Like, I mean, to only shift gears a little bit, the United States, like, I get wanting English to be the official language. I get wanting it, but I get not doing it better. I mean, we are supposed to be, despite the right wing's assertions, a melting pot, and
Oh,
so
man.
declaring an English language, like English as the official language, sort of feels a little un-American to me, actually. I mean, not according to some people, but to me,
Right,
it certainly
right.
does. And I mean, like, and yeah, it is mildly annoying to have to select English at the ATM, but you know what? I can stand it. Like
Yeah.
I don't mind as much as I don't like it a lot, but whatever, kind of don't like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
all
I
right.
thought it was on the books as being the official language.
Well,
can't-
last
I
I
thought-
heard, they're still trying to get it. Like the right wing, the Republicans really want it to get done, but I have not heard them actually doing it, actually managing it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought that the U.S. had no official language.
Oh, okay. I could be
Yeah.
off on that.
Well, I mean, it does come up a lot. I that's for sure, but I don't think it's ever passed.
Yeah, I know
Oh,
that
hell, we have the Google machines. Let's look.
Daju korostu.
sometime in the 80s or 90s, I know the state of Illinois made a point of declaring that their official language was not English but American.
Hmm.
That we did not speak the King's English. We spoke our own English.
So, yeah, it's we still don't have an official language. So
Okay, Daju korostu.
I mean, de facto, perhaps English, but then again, I
Yeah.
don't even know anymore. Goodness knows plenty of people speak Spanish here.
Uh-huh.
They're right up against Mexico and Tijuana, so it makes sense. Oh gosh, have you ever heard of someone in all sincerity say, I don't speak Mexican?
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen a lot of racism here. I've seen it mostly on like TV, documentaries, interviews, and whatever. But I'm like, you realize that they're speaking Spanish, right?
Well, wait a minute. Isn't there a big difference between Mexican Spanish and Castilian Spanish?
Yes,
Well, I
there
don't
is.
know about that. Well, but regardless, they're still speaking Spanish, I mean, like, if you spoke it to, like, either one of them, they'd still understand you.
Yeah. But
You
yeah,
know.
there are different dialects, even between Mexico and some of the states in South America, some of the countries rather in South America, that the Mexican Spanish and the Brazilian or Argentinian is not the same.
Well, the Brazilians speak Portuguese, right?
Yeah. Yes, they do. For a
Okay.
second, I was like, do they also
Bad
do that
example.
in Argentina
Sorry.
as well? Because part of me was like, no, that's Argentina. But then I'm like, no, it is also Brazil. Is it both of them? I swear there's a second country in South America that speaks Portuguese.
Well, yeah, I don't even know how many countries there are in South
Oh.
America right now.
Hmm.
I'd have to look at a map.
But Yeah, I remember, like, you know those Caleb and Sophia videos, the like really badly animated ones?
Yeah.
You know, and everyone was trying to figure out where the father was from, and I figured out it was Brazil largely because of his accent, his sort
Yeah.
of Brazilian Portuguese accent. I forget exactly how I figured it out. I seem to remember I Googled Caleb and Sophia, and there were references to how popular the show was in Brazil. And then I went looking up other stuff, and like Jehovah's Witnesses or whatever are really big in Brazil. So, I mean, it just led me to finding groups that mentioned, oh, yeah, we know the actor, and yes, he's Brazilian. But even when I presented all that evidence, some jackass on the internet insisted he's French.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
certainly not a French accent. No, no, no.
Well, I agree, but someone out there was like insisting, you know, in that sort of typical, you know, I'm American. I don't care how wrong I am. I'm going to stick to my guns way, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was
But
funny in the I Love Lucy show that, you know, halfway through, Ricky Ricardo went from being Cuban to being Puerto Rican. And
let
there
me
was
guess,
just,
Cuban Missile Crisis hit.
yep. And
Oh,
there was just like one line of dialogue that he said that, you know, and his neighbor Fred said, I thought you were Cuban. And he said, no, Puerto Rican. And that was it. That was the only acknowledgement it had ever happened.
wow. Okay.
Move beef.
Now I want one of those really good Cuban sandwiches I had that time. Oh well. Maybe when the
Wait a
show's
minute.
over, I'll go to that bagel joint. I shouldn't, but they make this amazing pastrami in Swiss. I don't know where they're getting their pastrami, but oh my gosh. So yeah.
I haven't had good pastrami in a long time. I've had pastrami recently, but I haven't had good stuff. Um, and I could go to Squirrel Hill. I just haven't. Because, yeah, I have discovered that if I want good pastrami, I want to go to a Jewish deli.
Well, I can't seem to find just a straight up Jewish deli anywhere, not in San Diego, and it doesn't seem like they have them in the Burlington area either. Although I suppose I could ask my parents if they know of one. There's some bagel bakeries that tend towards Jewish because let's face it, they're bagels, but it's not a Jewish deli. It's a bagel sandwich joint, you know?
Okay, then. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, that's the thing.
Diana,
Hmm?
B's asking for a link.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
fine, sir. No problem. Let's see. Where are we? Here we are.
Okay, and you're all talking about food. I need to hang up my headset for a while and find some snacks.
Oh boy,
Okay.
yum, 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 yum. Now, where is theirs be?
I actually don't have any snackery in the house. I have like food and ingredients, but nothing to snack on really.
There you go, sir. Yay.
Why no, bagels are a Jewish food. The bagels have a Jewish origin, Raptor. So I mean, yeah, it's that's why they trend towards Jewish is just because they are.
There you go.
I mean, benefits of being raised by a Jewish mother is you learn a lot of this stuff. I mean, hell, I picked up most of my Yiddish from her. You know, I remember when I was being a brat as a kid, she'd be like, careful, you're going to get a patch on the tuchus. You know, I'm like, you know, I've retained, I mean, she never meant it. My parents never hit me, but, you know, she'd say it jokingly.
Microraptor. It's basically. I'm trying to think of a way to describe it. It's in the seasoning. The stuff I got at the local grocery store. It was just like cold roast beef, whereas the stuff I would get at a Jewish deli was so well seasoned. It was beautiful.
Well, maybe that's what they do at this bagel joint, but if it really tastes more like the quality of the meat is just better.
Probably too. Yeah, it's probably
I
done in the
was
kosher
wondering-
style.
Well, in my case, I think
Pastrami about-
probably mostly, but sure.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if she was asking about the pastrami or about the bagels.
Well,
Both
I mean,
ways.
bagels come in so many varieties. I mean, of course, I had to explain to this one what an everything bagel was like a week ago.
Uh-huh. I had not heard of an everything anything prior to that. You're mentioning the everything bagel. And then at the local Squall Mart, it turns out that the bread I really really like to get is called an everything French bread, and I
Hmm.
guess it's the same sort of preparation method that the everything bagel uses. It's got all the seeds and all that other stuff all over it and everything. I just dearly love it.
I do like a
Um,
good garlic bagel.
okay then, yeah, yum yum. One of these days, I am going to make bagels just to say that I've made them, and I know it's overly complicated,
Well,
but
it's wacky to watch people make them if you don't know how they're made. Like, how many of you out there didn't know that they're boiled?
I knew that. Yeah.
Well, but I'm asking the chat in general. I mean, like when I found that one out, I was pretty young, but that's because we had a bagel bakery where they let you watch them make the bagels. You know,
Okay then. Okay.
so I mean, like a lot of people, they just buy bagels, no idea how they're made, and it turns out,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh my. I guess I'm going to do that before the year is out, as long as I live that long. Oh.
what, go to a bagel bakery
Oh, do
or
that.
get good pastrami?
Yeah, all of those.
Okay.
Um, there's a bagel bakery in Squirrel Hill I could go to, I suppose. And but before I die, I do want to make bagels myself. Ah, here
Um,
we go.
Jeff, what the hell? Quid est Kate quis? What the hell?
Hello, sir. How you doing?
Hey, B.
Hello. How is everybody?
Oh, we'll
So
get this a little
Awake-ish.
bit back.
I decided to call you guys Queen Kate and Princess Purple.
There
Well,
you
It works
go.
perfectly.
technically, I'm actually Lady Catherine, but fair enough.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, you can have Lady Catherine, and then I'll just make Miss Diana the queen. It's fine.
There you go. There you
I was
go.
trying to figure out how to get her higher than you two, anyways, so it just made it easier on me.
It just takes more
Well,
pot. That's all.
well, I'm
Pot?
out of
Oh, I'm
that.
working on it right now. Did you say pot?
Yeah.
Well,
The
I mean, when I say Lady Catherine, I mean, I don't know if you saw my video where I actually bought a noble title from the Principality of Sealand, but I did. So, I mean, it's really just an expensive piece of paper, like when people buy a star. You know what I mean?
yeah. Huh.
But because I mean, if that was officially used by astronomers, I'd totally do it. But otherwise, it's just, oh yeah, we sold you a piece of paper, and it's pretty much the same
They've
thing with
sold
my
every
noble
star.
title. But at the same time, Sealand does have a physical location. It is technically like a kingdom. I think the guy who was king died and his son stayed prince instead of
Yes.
taking king.
Yeah.
But yeah, I am technically a noblewoman.
I do remember that absolutely clearly.
Yeah.
And if the astronomers went by what we named the stars, every star would have like 10,000 names.
Yeah.
Because you know they've sold them 5 million times, right?
Oh,
Of
well,
course.
sure. But I mean, if it started out as an official thing, maybe as a branch of NASA, I would totally have done it. The only problem is, you know, that someone out there is going to name their star like, you know, Danger Prick Asshole 69 or something, you know. So it's like,
Well, I
you know, I mean,
I
I hate for
love it.
astronomers to have to use that, but you
Now
know.
I do believe
like
that
it.
let's try this again. I do believe that you can still name lunar features. You know, if they don't already have a name, you can name it, and it becomes official.
But don't you have
Uh,
to discover it though
well,
yourself?
I can say I can verify for Kate about Sealandia actually being a real country in as much as it does exist.
Although it's not
I have
Sealandia,
seen it
it's Sealand.
cross-referenced.
It's just Sealand.
Yeah. I have seen, you know, a couple other people who have talked about it, and I actually found a video on the history of it.
oh yeah, yeah.
I actually have a Sealand flag hung up in my bedroom.
Is that the one that looks like a diver down flag?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No. I've pondered getting a T-shirt as well, but I just haven't done it. Mostly because I mean, money, but mostly because they don't have a design I like yet.
Okay.
I mean, like, what I really want is one that looks like the entire shirt is the flag. You know, like not just a picture of the flag, but it's actually the colors. You know,
Like they do with soccer shirts.
Yeah.
Yeah, soccer. I think that's the only thing I could think of that they do it with the entire shirt will be the colors or whatever. So, yeah, no, I think that would be cool.
See, now I kind of want to become an astronomer just so I can discover a star and give it a shit-headed name, you know?
There you go.
It's like, okay, we're going to send a probe mission to Butthole Alpha 5, you know, that kind of thing. Just to make them say it, especially if it's on the news, you know, like, oh, we made a big discovery in B word Alpha 5, you know, just to make the newsreader like euphemize it for me.
Okay, then.
I'm going to take the Christian song that's Star of Wonder, Star of Bright, make it atheist, and use the entire song as a name for one star.
I don't think I know the song. The closest I got is Twinkle Twinkle, you know?
What, the We Three Kings song?
No, the Star of Wonder, Star of Light, Star
Yeah,
of...
We Three Kings of Orient are...
Is that part of it?
That's the very first line, and then you have
okay, good,
Star
good.
of Wonder, Star
we'll
of
name
Light,
it that.
Star of Royal Beauty, bright. Yeah.
Yeah, westward leading, still, yeah, anyways.
Yeah.
Man, I'm
Okay.
really glad I didn't
you're
get
right, it is
indoctrinated in
Three
this
Kings.
shit.
Hmm.
Like
But
I
I want
remember
the-
there was a book I was reading. I forget what it was. It was like a kid's book, and for whatever reason, there were like scenes in a church or something, and these people were singing that "Onward Christian Soldiers" song,
Oh,
and I did
God.
not know the tune. Right, so for whatever reason, my brain tried to map it onto. Why am I blanking on the name of this song? You know, yeah. Onward Christian. I forget what it is, but it was like one of those military songs. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could see your mind going there.
Right.
Mine would have
Onward
too.
Christian soldiers marching, you know, like that.
Oh, you're talking
is that
about
song?
the
Da, 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 da,
Hold on, I'll
da,
say
da.
that.
Oh, what?
Is it Marines?
Well, there's the Marines hymn. Yeah, from the halls
Yes,
of
it does sound like-
Montezuma to the
Yeah,
shores
that's
of
the one.
Tripoli.
That's
Yeah.
the one I was
We will
mapping
fight
the
on-
lyrics to Onward Christian Soldiers onto that, and that's pretty
That doesn't
wrong.
work.
So
Yeah,
And
it's
it
pretty
is
wrong.
the song of poo poo. You thought you would get by without this.
I will light you
Never,
on
Lady
fire.
Di.
I will
I
have
look
you immolated.
forward to it. I look forward to it every single time I listen to you.
Okay, but I've been doing this show for what, like 3-4 years now? I've gotten tired of it.
Oh,
You
God.
know,
That's
it's
why
like
I
as
just
much
come
as
in
Roxette
randomly.
is my
It's
favorite
all
song, and they start replaying like it must have been love constantly. Oh my gosh, you know.
Oh, God.
I can't do anything all the time. I don't even want to do my own show all the time.
Oh,
Yeah.
But
God.
yeah, so I randomly jump around and then I'll disappear and not visit anybody for like a month, and then I'll do it for like another 3 months and hop around everywhere. It's more fun like that.
Oh, so you is the bunny. Okay.
I am and you know, speaking of this bunny is single and jobless.
Oh, my. Either
All
one,
within a month.
either one by
Yeesh.
itself is horrible,
Gee,
but the two of them together.
I wonder why I'm having mental health issues right now.
I don't know. Single and jobless, is that somehow connected?
Well, considering I was dating my boss, yeah.
Uh-huh, that's what I thought.
Oh. Yeah, that's always fraught, isn't it? You know,
Oh,
the
but it gets
whole,
even better, you guys. They-
kind
Oh,
of
no.
nonsense.
They tried to
Right.
convince me to resign
Really?
What?
because if they fire me, I was assaulted by 2 of the doctors while I worked there, and I was sleeping with the boss. So if they
Hmm.
fire me, I could own their company, and they fucking know it. So I said, after talking to both of them on the phone, Heather and Shannon, the new owner, and Heather had Shannon actually say the words that I had to either resign or be fired. I said, okay. I texted her afterwards. I said, I'll let you know by noon tomorrow. And I texted her this morning. I said, no, I think in this day and age and the lack of jobs and that we're still dealing with pandemic stuff and everything else, I think I'd be a fool to quit. So because I need money. So if you don't want me to show up Thursday morning for work, because they're paying me PTO, paying out my PTO for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I said, if you don't want me to show up Thursday morning for work, you better fire me.
Yeah, well, it's funny. There was an episode of How I Met Your Mother that had that as part of the plot line. Like Marshall's working in an office, and there's a guy who's completely incompetent named Randy, right?
Right.
And Randy, like, he doesn't want to quit the job. He wants to get fired because then he gets the severance package, which he'll use to like market his own line of beer. Right,
Nothing
because
wrong with that.
he's been making some really like apparently good beer, whatever.
Right.
But Marshall does not want to fire anybody because he doesn't want to be that kind of boss. And so Randy spends all of his time misbehaving until he can get Marshall to fire him so he can have the bonus check. Right. Now,
Okay.
Marshall doesn't fire him until he tastes the beer and says it's great. But for the whole episode, he's trying to like ignore Randy misbehaving. Now, the joke at the end of the episode is that Randy's last name is Wharmpus, Wharnpess, I think it is. And so he's marketing his beer, Wharmpus beer. Wharmpus beer, right? Like that's the joke at the end of the episode. And also, yes, Stool, that's a funny song. I prefer Let's Go to the Mall, but two beavers are better than one. The beaver song is funny. Yeah. So anyway, that was the joke.
Two beavers are always better than one. If I can get two women together, yeah, I'll do it.
Well,
I
I mean,
can
that
keep
was the
up.
joke. Is like one of the characters. She was a Canadian pop star who was also briefly on an allegedly educational show that, let's face it, was kind of porny, right? And so the Beaver song comes from that, where she was singing about beavers with her female co-star, and everyone's making it sound prurient because that's what you do when you sing a song about beavers,
Of course.
So yeah, and I'm obsessed with that show. I've watched it like 5 times all the way through during the pandemic. That and The Big Bang Theory and Young Sheldon. I can't seem to stop watching those shows for some reason. I'm trying to branch out more, but I get bored of stuff. I don't know why.
Speaking of watching stuff, I was on TikTok and I had followed somebody because they were like with attached to somebody else's video and they were being really funny. So their TikTok came up on my feed and the guy was like, "It's very important to let Jesus come inside you. You need to let Jesus deep, deep, deep inside you." And it's such an amazing feeling of warmth, dripping warmth when Jesus comes inside you. He just goes on like that for like 3 minutes. It's hilarious.
Well, I mean,
he's saying everything the Christians say, but he's making it totally disgusting, and it's awesome.
Well, I mean, I remember in like middle school or high school or something, a very common joke was, "What's sticky and warm and rains down from the sky? The coming of the Lord."
Okay.
Oh yeah. I remember that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Diane, I don't know if you were watching the side chat there.
Which piece was I not
Well,
watching?
Microraptor wanted me to invite you and B to the new trans show that Microraptor, Heidi, and Zumi have started.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, yesterday was the premiere episode.
Oh my, that sounds like it would be a whole lot of... There we are.
I am always game
to the trans show. That sounds like it would be a whole shitload of fun. Yeah.
I have the first season of Transformers Gen 1. Does that work?
No.
You could probably force it in if you tried hard. Yeah. I don't know.
I'm just being
That's what he said.
I know you is.
I know, but still.
You is a foo-foo. That's what is you is.
Was that invitation for me as well?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, Microraptor said invite B and Lavender to the show.
Just hit me up on Twitter. Just B.
You go to us through. That sounds like
what I do for where all my communications are for streams. So
I've been wanting to do something more with the trans stuff. I just hadn't thought of anything I could get away with.
Why don't you just come on our streams once in a while on Monday nights? We're talking about trans stuff.
Okay.
Every Monday night.
Might have to do that. What time Monday?
I mean, I don't start till 9, and I know that's late for you, but you can duck out whenever you want.
9 your time zone or my time zone?
Yeah, your time.
Okay.
I've still had a couple of topics, particularly for people who are in the process of transitioning, that I had thought of doing as kind of special episodes on my channel, but I think there are other channels that would be more appropriate and get a bigger audience for it.
Well, I tell you what, Purple, you and Diana, why don't you guys come over on a Monday? Tell me which Monday both of you are available, and I'll make it a trans-lady stream and let you guys just go at it.
Don't give me any ideas.
No. I meant talk.
I wouldn't know how. Are you kidding me? It's been too long.
Well, Dan, for a lot of this stuff, I've come back and I've wanted to tag you for it just because you have more experience with it. You've dealt with it for more years than anyone else I've known, really.
Oh, I don't know if I'm any expert or anything. I just try to get by.
No, but you have more personal experience. That's all I'm going by.
Okay,
I'm not
maybe,
claiming that you're an expert, but you've had to deal with a lot of it.
Maybe.
Yeah. If someone out there is like, a reproductive doctor or whatever, then that would make them an egg squirt expert.
Yes.
Yep.
Sorry, that was a terrible joke, but I had to say it because it was making my head slowly explode. So I had to,
Don't try to upstage me. I'm the expert at not being funny.
Actually, that reminds me. That reminds me of a joke that my instructor at the Technical Institute used to tell us. That the definition of an expert was that in math or science, X is the unknown factor. And a spurt is just a drip under pressure. So an expert is an unknown drip under pressure.
Oh man, yeah.
I don't know. I remember something, I forget the exact phrasing, where it's like, beware of experts. They have never done what they know about, or something like that. It's like people with a lot of book knowledge, but no application. Like the sheer number of times I've had to explain to something, that hypothesis sounds great, but it doesn't work in the real world. It doesn't work when you apply people to the equation.
That's always the, what do you want to call it?
The
place
factor.
Everything trips over.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's like, I don't know. I mean, the number of times I've used terms like when the rubber meets the road, or boots on the ground kind of stuff, where I'm trying to explain to something, or to someone, it's like, yeah, that sounds great, but try, applying it outside of a virtual environment. I dare you.
Oh yeah. Well, that was
Doc
one of my...
Pearson's got a couple of good lines in the side chat there.
What do we got here?
I was gonna say, can I read them out? Dirtiest thing ever said on TV. Ward, you were a little hard on the beaver last night.
I still say
He
that.
said-
No, fingerprints is a much dirtier line, but
Yes, and Doc replied, "Anal maniacs."
Yeah, anal maniacs. And then Doc said, I tried to be a gynecologist, but I couldn't find an opening.
See, I keep thinking there's got to be a joke in there somewhere about a gynecologist, but I can never compose one that isn't super awkward and forced.
Yeah, well, oh man, I was gonna say I should shut up.
I'm sure you were.
What, super awkward and forced? That sounds like my sex life. What?
Well, the only thing I could say about my sex life, my lack of sex life right now, is that the person I just had a lot of sex with for about 6-7 months was really good in bed. So I have that to hold on to. Masturbate. Hold on to.
Having been single for so frickin' long, it's probably for the best that I'm like demi or possibly ace. I'm starting to think I might be ace the more I hear it described. But like not really needing or wanting sex that much makes being single so much easier.
Yeah, I was just thinking that a couple of days ago. Yeah.
Honestly, I don't really care about sex. I care about the intimacy of it when I'm in a new relationship. And then after I'm with that person for a while and we have become as intimate in every way, shape, and form, because it's not just sexual, of course, that we can, then I don't care about it anymore.
Well,
and I know that sounds horrible, but after the first 6-8 months or something, I'm good. I don't care if we have sex ever again. I don't care. I'm fine.
But I mean, when I say that it makes it easier, I didn't say easy. It's just easier.
Yeah.
Touche, Kate. Touche.
Now I do miss intimacy And of course, I'm not necessarily speaking of physical intimacy all by itself. Just that connection with somebody. But then again, I don't know if I could, for example, live with anyone anymore. Um, it's taken a long time, but I've kind of come to the point where I kind of like being alone.
Yeah.
I definitely do not. But
Yes.
I mean, the
Yes,
thing is,
I am the Getty. That's
I've
where I'm getting.
been-
That's where I'm going. I don't want anybody in my space. I really would. If I was ever gonna like marry someone, I would want us each to have a bedroom area and our own space and like
Okay.
office
Yeah.
area.
Yeah.
And then if we want to sleep, if we don't want to sleep together, one of us just goes to our other room. We can
Well-
take turns sleeping wherever. That's ideal to me. Because
I've been-
sometimes I don't want anybody to touch me. Sometimes I want to be in my own head and I want my own space. And sometimes I want to curl up and make love, just
Yeah.
depends.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I've been thinking
I like
about
having this, like, this is my shit. Nobody touches it. I like it.
Well, I've been thinking about like what I actually want in a relationship, and the more I think about it, the more I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, it's a committed relationship with a lot of snuggling and maybe some necking, but that's it. That's really all I'm after. And I know most people probably aren't into that. Most of them probably want, like a wee bit of the rumpy pumpy, so to speak. Or in this case, the licky slurpy, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
it's like I don't know if I can find that relationship where someone just wants to be. I don't know. I mean, I'm shying away from the word family, but it's like I don't know. I more or less I'm
No, I
kind of
get it.
resigning myself to maybe being alone forever because I'm not being picky so much as I know what I want and I don't know if it exists and I may have to, be open to stuff that I'm not super interested in, even if I don't hate it. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Me
Yeah.
too.
Well,
Yeah.
That's pretty much
I'm
what I feel
realizing
like
that
right
I
now.
could probably never live with someone again. I mean, it would be nice to find like like they say, friends with benefits or something like that, somebody to play with.
Yeah.
But I don't know
That'd
if
be
I could
fine.
actually handle a serious relationship again.
I don't think I want to. I just don't want to go there, Purple. I always end up getting hurt.
But
Why would I want to keep doing it? Like either they cheat on me or try to mentally, abuse me, or everything's going great and then out of nowhere, because they can't. You know what it is? They can't handle my mental health issues. That's what it is. Nobody can handle
Okay.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
I stand by one thing. If you tell me I'm in love with you and you truly love someone, you're going to stand by their fucking side no matter what.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
all of them did was prove that they never really loved me.
Yeah. Okay.
They may
Yeah.
love
unless
me as a
they
person. They were never in love with me.
Sure.
Well,
unless,
and that's what I
unless,
found too.
unless
that-
someone changes, though. I mean, I've had that happen where, like, I loved the relationship we had, and then some event makes things go screwy, and all of a sudden it's like, can't deal. I mean,
Yeah.
and that's also one of my biggest worries is like, I need to find someone who's willing to put up with, well, this, is
Yeah,
like, how
and-
many people are going to be okay with an autistic with ADHD?
I was actually giving up my free time to spend time with her. I was going over like Saturday morning. I would spend like Friday night at my house, get up Saturday morning, pack up all my stuff. I'd take my laundry with me, and then I'd go over to her house at noon sometimes. And then she started making it like Sunday and said, well, I need some time to myself. And I was like, that's cool. So do I. Sweet. And I thought that's good. So then I started coming over Sunday in the middle of the day and then just going to work Monday. And then I would sometimes I stayed Monday night and then it went down to just Sunday. And then she just said that she just doesn't have the emotional energy for me but wouldn't tell me to leave her alone or to back off or give her space. She kept like, beating around the bush with it. And so I said, okay, well, I tell you what, if it's going to make your life better, I'll back off and give you time and you work on your stuff and I'll be here for you. And she was like, thank you. And then a month later, she said, I can't do this. This is a lot, blah, 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 blah. But she wouldn't like just break up with me. She just kept talking about the issues. So I said, okay, fine. I'll break up with myself. Like she couldn't fucking do it. She can't say no to anybody. And that's her fucking problem. She is spread so thin because anybody asks anything of her, she's jumping through hoops for like 20 different people. So what I figured out at the end of it, and I told her this, is I lost the popularity contest.
I think I get
If
what you're
she
saying.
would have, her friends that only call her about medical stuff and only text her because they want prescriptions, if she told all of them to fuck off, she would have had time for me. So
Okay,
I lost
then.
the popularity contest.
Yeah. Well, and one thing that you said earlier, though, that I mean, this is going to sound like a stupid platitude, but it only has to work out once.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, I really thought she was the one, but you know,
Yeah.
the more I learned about her parenting skills, and not that she's a bad parent, she tries too hard to take too good care of her, too much, like take care of her kids too much, and tries to give them, because she had nothing as a child. She was dirt fucking poor, put herself through college, worked all the way through it, became a fucking, well, damn near a doctor. She's a PA. She could go back to school for 2.5 years and have her MD. Anyway, so
Yeah.
she did all that on her own, and I really respected her for that, you know, and I still do. Like, she went through a lot of shit, and she had an asshole husband that she was together for like 6 or 7 years. I don't know, 5 years, 6 years, I think 6 years. And then she divorced him, and then she met some guy, and they dated for 9 years. Both of them are worthless pieces of shit. And then she meets me, and she doesn't have time for me. I don't know, maybe I need to be needier.
Yeah, there you
I've
go.
decided
There
I
you
either
go.
need to be needier so people will be like, oh, because, you know, when my face was hurting me and my tooth was hurting me and all that stuff, oh my God, she took total care of me. She stayed up all night trying to, like, rubbing my back, and I'm sorry, and do you need anything, and do you want another cold pack, and
What
like,
is this,
but
white
when
knight
I was
syndrome?
not sick, she didn't have time for me after I wasn't sick.
White knight syndrome. There you go.
I hate finding someone I think is going to be the one and it doesn't work out. It hasn't happened. Like, it's happened maybe twice. No, I take that
Twice
back.
in my life.
Three times it's happened. And it always seems to go sideways, although one of them was like the longest relationship I had, which was 5 years. But even so, it's just like, you know? Like,
Well, I have
it'd
one
be
for
nice
over.
to actually find the one. It'd be nice to find someone who, you know, like not only do we get along, not only are we compatible, but circumstances are right as well.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I've had a lot of relationships die just because either, like, you know, she's dating two people and chooses the other one, or you know,
I don't play
like she
second
has to
fiddle.
move away for work, or this, that, or the other thing. You know, there always seems to be some reason it's not going to work out. I don't know.
Well, all I know is it only happened to me one other time. And that was back in 2000. I met her in 2006. We split up in June of 2009. And 2.5 years we were together. And we were insanely crazy about each other. But her kids couldn't handle it. Like, they had just, her and her husband had just been recently divorced. Her son was very angry. He was going through a lot of mental issues because of the divorce and because I was there, and it just didn't work, you know? And we're friends to this day, though. Like, she's actually moving to New Mexico, and she's going to be about an hour away from me.
Oh, right on. It is
So
nice
we
to
can
still
hang
be
out and be
friends with an
friends.
ex, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, she's a good person. She really is. She has a really good heart. And you know, she came back to me a year later and said, can we try this again? And I was so hurt. Actually, not even a year. It was 8 months later. And I was so hurt. And my friend was in my ear going, look what she did to you. Me. And I told her no. I told her no. And I didn't try it
biggest
again.
notion that Flea, when she contacted me a little bit ago, I thought she wanted to get back together too. And I was like, no. I mean, don't get me wrong, I fell for her and fell hard, but I'm not making that mistake again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I'm acknowledging is that I did actually find it and got it right for once, that my fiance was the only one who had even a vague understanding of what being autistic meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and that's,
well, see, that's
without that, I don't think I could maintain a relationship with anyone. And even Sloth Girl, I feel, doesn't really get it a lot of time.
So what I
Well,
wonder
because
is,
they don't
can
they're-
autistic
they
people, like, is it a good relationship for autistic people to get together? I suspect not, actually, because you could turn it into like a bad feedback loop or something where like
Yeah.
all the worst traits keep compounding. But you know, at the same, like I went to a school that had the National Technical Institute for the Deaf on it as well, and a lot of deaf people end up just getting together with deaf people. You
Yeah.
know, it's like it just
It's
seems, I
true.
guess, easier or something. I don't know. And I certainly find it difficult to relate to the notion that, like, oh no, if there was a cure, I wouldn't take it. I like being deaf, I'll stay being deaf. Like, I mean, I kind of like some of the fun aspects of being autistic, but if I could get rid of the bad ones, the detrimental ones, I all kinds of would. And if I had a sense that wasn't working properly, damn right I'd want it fixed. So I don't really get it, but I also get that there's deaf culture, you know, that
Yeah.
there's something to it. So I mean, I guess losing that wouldn't be great. I don't know.
Well, with the autistic, I would not be interested in a cure because I really feel that they could not fix the things that are autistic without, in the process, probably destroying most of my creativity.
Well,
Right,
that's what I
fucking
was
up
saying
something else
before.
in there,
That's
yeah.
all kinds of what I was saying before, is that I would want to get rid of the bad aspects, but I kind of like some of the good ones, like the creativity, like the thinking out of the box, like the weapons grade hearing. You have no idea. And I mean, you know, it'd just be nice to never have a meltdown again. That'd be nice.
Okay, yeah.
You know, that's at the end of the day, that's why I'm getting fired, is because I had a couple meltdowns at work. And I get that, and I don't blame them for that. But at the same time, there's people that call in there and they're really mean and horrible to us, and they treat us horribly. And they say, oh, well, they have mental health issues, or they're in pain, or they're sick right now. You need to be considerate of that. And I'm like, who's going to be considerate of my mental health issues? I fucking work here, and you guys aren't considerate of it. I wrote up a proposal, Kate. I wrote up a proposal for a work from home position so I could continue to work there. They could have me for all the shit that I do, and I wouldn't have to be in the office. And then one day a week, I would come into the office to work on Thursdays because Marissa doesn't work that day. It's her one day off. So I had written up the whole thing, and I thought, finally, and they looked at it and they were like, it looks great and everything, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, sweet, I'm going to have relief. I can keep my job. And then they said, oh, just wait until after Dr. Warenko leaves. And I said, what's it matter whether Dr. Warenko's here? She doesn't even own the practice anymore. You bought her out. And they were like, well, it'll just be easier. So then I just lost my shit again.
Well,
Because 8-9 months now, I've been bitching and complaining. I moved myself away from those two people and put myself in a separate area, in a room, so I could have some more peace and quiet. That's why I think I have Asperger's. I can't work around anybody. Everything irritates me. That girl at the front desk, she has this really voice, and it just cuts right through me like a fucking knife. And a dull knife through a really gristly steak, like slow and hard, you know. I can't stand loud noises all the time. I want things to be quiet all the time, unless I'm like in the mood and I turn music up. But like random loud noises and stuff just make me fucking jump and cringe. And like, I have so many fucking symptoms. I'm convinced I have Asperger's.
Well,
Totally convinced of it.
I like, in my case, meltdowns manifested a little differently. Like I mentioned before, that my parents didn't want to spoil me, so they said no to everything, regardless. You know, and like I would get frustrated, and I would like throw logic and reasons at them, and it didn't matter. It bounced off because I'm the parent and I say so, kind of nonsense. You know, and so I would eventually, the frustration would compound and I would have a meltdown. And I kept trying to explain to them, look, I can't control it when it happens, but it's not personal in any way. Just let me burn it out and I can be rational again. And they were like, no, it's just a tantrum. You're misbehaving. You're just a bad kid.
No.
You know, like they never said bad kid, but you knew what the fuck
they said it without saying it. Yeah, I get it.
And so I was like, and now that I'm able to show them websites and doctors and people who talk about meltdowns, they're like, oh, I get you. And so now if I ever start I don't even get to a meltdown with them now, because they notice the rumble stage and they start to back off. You know?
Good.
And I'm like, look, I don't want to have the meltdown either. It feels like I'm trapped in my head saying I should stop this. I should stop this. Why don't I have the control to stop this? and like they didn't get that, and it didn't matter how I explained it to them. Like that was another problem. My parents would never understand something that I said until someone else fucking said it to them. And believe me, that'll have an effect on your psyche. Like, I know I've told that story before about how I was trying to explain something to my mom and she wasn't getting it and she wasn't getting it. And then my dad came in the room, he explained it in exactly the same words and exactly the same intonation. And my mom goes, "Oh," and I'm like, what the fuck? It seemed like the X factor was whether or not I was the one saying it.
Oh
And
my
that was
god!
not
Like
an
literally, are
experience
you
that didn't
listening?
repeat itself. That experience happened constantly, things like that, where it just seemed like somehow I don't know if they were ignoring me or what, or they were trying to run what I said through filters before they were willing to interpret it, or what. I don't know what was going on, but for some reason I just constantly felt like I was betrayed and all of this stuff. And now I know what the hell was going on, and now they know what the hell was going on, and we're able to adjust for it now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that matter that counts for something too.
Well,
The fact that they care enough to try to adjust
Yeah,
after
and
all
now
these
that
years.
like they understand that yes, a meltdown is not something I can stop until the circumstances causing it go away. I mean, I guess I could walk away, but that's another problem, is that I need resolution pretty badly. So if it's
Yes.
an argument and I'm getting fucking pissed and all of that, and we haven't solved the issue yet, it's
Yeah.
really hard to walk away.
Yeah, see, I'm the same way, Kate. I can't stand it. It drives me crazy, and I'll just run it around in my mind over and over and over and nitpick it and nitpick, and that's all I can
Mhm.
think about. It's constantly, even when I'm
Yep.
doing stuff, it's still like working in the back of my fucking head, and I
Yep.
can't do that. I can't do that. Oh, I'm gonna send you a vague text message or no. I need to know what the fuck you're talking about. Now, if you want to tell me you hate me, I don't care. I'm fine with it. Just fucking say it and let's get it over with. I need
Yeah.
to know where I stand and everything. I would rather somebody say, "I hate your fucking guts, you're a dick," and I'd say, "Okay, I don't fucking like you either. Cool, we'll just avoid each other." And then
Well,
I'd be fine. I have a resolution.
And the one that drives me right the fuck up the wall, though, is like you said, vague text message or whatever, is when someone is giving instructions and they assume I know something I don't. Right. And
Yeah,
so
yeah.
They give me this direction that skips a step and I'm completely lost. And when
Mhm.
I try to say to them, wait, back up. What did something isn't, and I try to explain how I'm not making the connection, but because they think the connection is so freaking obvious, they won't just come right out and say it.
and I have
Right.
that problem.
And then by the time I finally get them to say the thing I need them to say so I can understand what the fuck's going on, I'm so angry, that they think I'm a jerk. And I'm like, no, you're the jerk because you wouldn't just be explicit with me.
Yeah, just freaking speak. Use your words, bro.
Like, and
I
the
have
sheer
that
number of
problem with
times I
virtually
ask a
every
just the facts,
tutorial.
ma'am, 2 + 2 = 4 question, and I get a goddamn anecdote.
Yep.
Ugh.
Like virtually every software tutorial I try to do, I always feel that it's like they're starting on step 4 or 5 and assuming everyone knows the first 3 steps.
Or they'll say, okay, now click on this option. They don't mention it's nested like 5
which menu
deep.
it's under. Yeah.
It just,
I finally found a good way to explain that to people, at least locally.
Yeah.
Here it's like somebody telling me to start out going east on University Avenue. But they're in St. Paul. Minneapolis University Avenue runs north-south.
Yeah. And the worst part is like the people who think I'm just being a jerk, they get to the point where it's like, oh, it's just Kate being Kate again. I'm like, no, you left out info. It's not my fault,
Yeah, no doubt. Well, see, and
well.
so now I have found people that understand why, after being told 8 or 9 months ago that they were going to make me the manager because the other girl wasn't doing her job right, and then they go and give her a raise and tell her she's doing great, and then still promised me the office manager thing after that and said, oh, well, just give us time. We got to kind of ease her out of it. We don't want to lose her as an employee. And I'm like, why do you care?
Huh?
She doesn't even do her job right. And they were like, "Oh no, well, well, her husband has he has TBI, traumatic brain injury, and he has short-term memory loss, and she has to like take care of him all the time. And then like a month later, he'll remember something that he did and be like, "Oh, that's right, I hung out with so and so." That's his life. So on a daily basis. But anyways, they feel bad for her.
Actually, I want to ask about that real quick because I don't know what kind of injury he has, but I know that my short-term memory is a freaking colander ever since the seizures.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
And I guess does that count as traumatic brain injury?
His head hit something. I don't remember what it was. And he had a traumatic brain injury. And no, it's usually like a car accident or he fell off a roof.
I had a bleed in my brain. That's what caused the seizures. Yeah. Like I didn't have them at first. Like I guess I got them when I was around like, what, 38 or 40 or something?
You can actually go to therapy for that, Kate, and they can help you restore your short-term memory loss.
Oh, I see what you're saying. But I think the actual physical structures are damaged, though.
Well, they might be, but they also say that sometimes the brain needs you to kind of like, or different things will need you to kind of like use it so it'll encourage it to regrow and stuff. So,
well, I mean,
they also do a new kind of, and on top of everything else, I have PTSD, so that doesn't help my situation. And I've been told I might have symptoms
of that too.
Oh, I know. I mean, like, there's no doubt about, like, I've been diagnosed with it for like fucking, I don't know, 15, 16 years. But I've had it for like 33 years now this summer.
It's funny. You've talked about this stream you guys do for trans issues. Maybe there should be one for autistic issues too.
Sure, yes, why not?
I always have Wednesday night open mic. We can make Wednesday night open mic anything you guys want. I don't care.
I've thought of doing a show like that myself, but I don't feel I could carry it alone. I don't feel I'm that good at hosting a show. I would need some help with it.
Well, let me host it. You can run it.
I don't know, like, what are you talking about? Research or something, or just like the administrative duties of hosting a show?
Just as far as like when there's a dead spot in the conversation, I'm not real good at just getting it going again.
Oh, okay.
And for me, it's even a thing that, some weeks I'm doing my show, but I'm really not feeling it. I don't feel I want to be there, but I'm committed to doing it.
Yeah.
That's why I have Ben as my backup.
Yeah, it's been several times that
I haven't been feeling good lately because my head is so fucked up from all this shit happening at once to me. That he's been kind of like taking over charge of the shows and everything. I made him admin on my StreamYards. So, because you can have one person for free. So I made him admin on there so he can just run the entire show if I don't feel like coming.
Yeah, I don't have anyone else that's, that reliable that I would be up to doing that with.
So here's a question for the autistic people that like here and in the chat. How many of you are good at or bad at making the first move or breaking the ice, whether it's social, romantic, whatever, dating, I don't know, doesn't matter. How many of you are willing to take social initiative?
If I'm in a situation where a conversation is warranted with a stranger, i.e., I was at the laundromat and some guy there like moved out of my way and he was real nice. I was like, "Thank you, sir." He was like, "No problem, sir." I was like, "I appreciate you." Walked back in. He's standing there staring at the dryer. And I said, "It's like watching a pot boil, ain't it?" And he laughed. And we just like BS for a second. Then that was it. I can do that. But I have severe amount of trouble. Heather was the first person I ever walked up to them and said, "I am in love with you," or "I am falling for you. I want to date you," or anything like that. I've never done that before in my life. Now that I've done it once, I could probably do it again. But that's the only first time in a romantic situation that I was scared to death. I went in there, my whole body was fucking shaking.
Yeah, I've only ever successfully asked someone out once, and the relationship went badly. And unfortunately, that's the kind of thing that can shell shock me out of ever doing it again. Like there's this thing, rejection syndrome or something that apparently sometimes comes for a ride with autism. And I definitely you reject me once and I sort of turtle up for a couple of months and don't put myself out there anymore. It's horrible, but what can I do?
I know that feeling.
Be voluntary.
Every time I end up breaking up with someone, it just makes me feel like I'm more worthless.
All
And
of my
So now I just feel like a
relationships.
total worthless piece of shit. I'm single and I have no fucking job. So I am
Oh.
just bottom of the barrel fucking worthless right now.
Although I'll be honest, if someone I'm into ever says yes, I'll be like, oh my gosh, you know?
And
It's
there's
just
other
like,
things that people I'm sorry.
no,
There's
no,
other
no, I'm
people
done.
there's other things people don't think about too. Okay, so I don't have a job. Okay? I'm going through all this mental health stuff. I don't have a job. Guess what I don't have anymore in 2 weeks?
Hmm.
Guess what I can't
Yeah,
do anymore?
health insurance.
I
Medical
can't go
insurance.
see my
Therapist.
fucking therapist. No, it's great. It's
Yeah.
perfect. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. 2 weeks ago, she loved me. She told me she loved me 2 weeks ago. Yeah, fuck you, fucking cunt.
Well, I was
And I just
dumped
said
by
that 'cause she
text
hates that
message
word.
once. Like seriously, dumped by text message is one of the worst things that can happen.
Oh, I
think
was
it's
too
seriously-
by Jen. I called her. I said, no, we're not doing this.
Yeah, I honestly, when she did that, I was like, there's no future here, and just said, okay, and haven't spoken to her since.
No, I'm angry, man.
Yeah.
I'm fucking pissed off.
Well, for me, all of my relationships since 1992 have started on the computer.
Hmm.
And it was actually better, like back in the 90s and that, because most people didn't have cameras and it was all text.
Oh, okay,
So
yeah,
So that
yeah.
that completely took out, tone of voice and reading body language and all that completely out of it, which puts me on about a level playing field with the other person then.
Yeah, but imagine you meet in person for the first time and it's like, oh, that I didn't expect. Because I'm always worried about that if I date online, like in both directions. What if she shows up and goes, and what if she shows up and I go, I mean, it happens, right? So
Yeah, it does, and it happened to me a couple of times.
yeah,
It turned out the person wasn't what I expected. More often, it turned out I wasn't what they expected.
Yeah,
so-
same.
Well,
I told her
and
when I
and-
met
and,
her.
like the one OkCupid date I had, she just wanted to hook up, and that's not my thing. So
Yeah. Well, and I wasn't really doing it on dating sites. It was just like people that I started chatting with for other reasons.
well,
So
but
at least
still
we had some
similar
other
kind of
subject to
thing where
talk
you only
about.
know each other by text until you meet. Same
Yeah.
kind of deal.
Well, but at least we had some other subjects to talk about.
Hmm. I don't know. I just like Mary was really the only person I've ever gone up to and asked out in any kind of serious way. Usually it was just sort of like pathetically hopeful high school kind of nonsense, but and I mean, I was into her, but she was clearly not as into me. And we had this weird argument. I think I've talked about it before, but it was like a year or two ago, where I wanted to do something. She wanted to do something. We had a scheduling conflict and we started to argue about it. And all of a sudden I realized, you know what? I think she's more invested in her thing than I'm invested in mine. And I told her that. And I said, you know what? I don't mind blowing my thing off. And she gave me this weird look. I don't know if it was either, oh my gosh, you're too meek, or oh my gosh, you're just throwing me a bone and I don't like it. It's condescending. Or if it was, I don't know what it was, but she gives me this look like, what the fuck just happened here? And I was like, I'm being nice. I realize we don't need the fight. I don't care about my thing that much. Why don't we just and she took giving in badly.
Oh my god.
And I was like,
Oh
but,
my.
but so when she dumped me by text message, I was like, you know what? Fair enough.
Yeah,
know?
right.
That has so many parallels to my breakup with my ex I had lived with for 12 years.
Yeah.
That she kicked me out of the house and then got pissed that I didn't fight to get back in.
Okay, now that sounds a little bit like they wanted to argue, they wanted to fight. I mean, in each of your cases.
Not necessarily.
Okay, because I was.
Not necessarily. I can tell you what it might be because I've felt it too. Some people just want to be wanted. Like if you're constantly putting yourself out there and everyone's saying no, eventually you're like, when the fuck does someone ask me?
Yeah.
Why am I always
Right.
doing the asking out? Why is it always, or why is it
Right.
just we ended up dating by osmosis? Why? Well, it'd be nice to be sought out more,
Yeah.
where you show up at a place where people often get into dating situations and have someone hit on you instead of you doing all the hitting on and always like striking out. I mean, so I get it. If someone kicks you out, it's passive aggressive as fuck. But if someone
Okay.
kicks you out and then wants you to fight to get them back, it may not be that they want to argue. It may just be that they have a terrible like ego or self-esteem, like some of us.
For 11 years, I was with somebody who, I guess, wanted an adversarial relationship. She just wanted to fight. And not my
Yeah,
idea of
well,
a good time.
my ex
Yeah,
was a
it
perfect
is.
example of what I mean, that she knew about the autism. She didn't understand it at all. So she never got that I was always going to take her words at face value. I wasn't going to get the hints.
Dayo Gorostu.
See,
Okay.
and I go the other way. It's not that I don't get hints, it's that I see so many possible things that could be meant that I don't know what the fuck someone's talking about.
Okay then. Yeah.
You know, it's like if someone uses a very ambiguous word, and I'm like, that could mean several things in this context, and only some of them make no sense. Can you please clarify? And you know, I get those weird looks like, this is completely clear. Why do you need clarification? You know?
Yeah, she would get pissed off when I'd ask her to clarify.
Yeah. And the worst is if you ask a clarifying question and people take it as judgment or you've taken a position on something. And I'm like, no, this was an
Yeah.
information request. Please fill in the blanks, you know?
And that's probably the most frequent problem I still have with Sloth Girl, is that when I'm asking something to clarify, she thinks I'm arguing with her.
And also, could you please repeat that? Should not come with a rephrasing. You know, it's like, could you say that again? Does not mean reword it. I didn't understand it. It's say it again. I didn't hear it. You know, or you mumble or something. It's like, repeat yourself verbatim, please. You know?
Yeah. Because then they change it a little bit, and those couple words in there that you missed, and then you're all good just thinking about that, trying to figure out what those couple of words you missed. And then you're like, no, I mean, like, repeat exactly what you said.
And then they say,
repeat
well, it's
with
been
the
too
second
long,
thing.
I can't remember. You know, it's like, it's been so long since I said the first version, I can't repeat it. I don't remember what I said. And that's another thing,
No, I
is how
get
do
it,
you
kid.
not remember what you say in a conversation? I mean, it's happened to me a couple of times, but only if I'm talking a mile a minute like right now. But, you know, if I'm in a much more casual conversation, I usually remember at least 5 sentences ago.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Also, God, I'm so ADD. I can't fucking remember what I was about to say. My brain went sideways.
Well, it's funny, at movie night, I started keeping a text file open so I could remember what I wanted to say.
The thing with noticing every little detail around you. Do you do that?
Oh, all the time.
Oh my God. It drives me crazy because when people don't do things right, I notice it. I notice everything.
I've got a bunch of examples, like my usual go-tos. You know, like when I was actually getting the initial gatekeeping part of the diagnosis, a medical assistant, she was like helping me out. And then when she was leaving, you know, and she's like, thanks for coming in. I'm like, thanks for checking me out. And she goes, oh, and my name is Blue. And I was like, oh, that's my favorite color. She goes, wow, you got it right. Most people hear Lou. And I'm like, but it's tattooed across your knuckles and on your name tag. And she's like, wow.
Oh, you told me about that one.
You know, and there's like a couple of other things like that where I'm just like, yeah. Oh, like I was watching an episode, I think it was last season of The Big Bang Theory. And I like Leonard and Penny are talking about something in Leonard and Sheldon's apartment. And then I'm looking at the blurred out background and happen to notice a magnet from a Vermont dairy company. And I'm wondering how the hell the Cabot magnet got there, you know, and it's just like, I mean,
Cabot.
the show is set in Pasadena. It probably is filmed in LA. And they have a Vermont magnet that I noticed when it was blurry.
Right. Well, I know Cabot. I've seen Cabot. I don't know if they're out here, though. I don't think I've ever seen them out here in the Southwest, but
well,
when I was in the Northeast, I've had Cabot.
But the question was, am I observant? And I'm like, these are my examples.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of shit I notice. If there's a little switch in something in a scene, just little tiny, and they're trying to, like, you know, pop one scene into the other and continue it because they had to fucking cut it or whatever. I know, man. I almost always know.
Yeah,
Well, hiding that shit from me.
Continuity errors.
At
Yeah,
Atheist
I noticed
Edge,
things.
he's doing his Sherlock shows.
Mhm.
You know, that he has people sending in pictures, and
I
from
know.
looking at the picture of their groom, what can you tell me about this person? And
Yeah.
it's like, I'm basically doing that with any video I watch. And if I don't
Right.
actually have the facts, I'm making up a backstory about this person.
Oh. There are like houses I used to go past all the time when I was living in my old neighborhood in Vermont, where I never met the people there. I never even saw them, but I a little bit had a notion of who they might be. And it was probably completely wrong, but it was in my head. Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna ask another thing. Is if it's oh yeah, pattern recognition. How are you at that?
Oh, I see patterns in everything.
Yeah.
I see patterns in license plates,
Oh.
addresses, just name it. Just I
Yep.
couldn't even tell you all of it.
Well, you
And
want to talk
especially with numbers.
license plates. This is my wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, but all
Nice.
yours are movie references.
Well, summer TV, but yeah, it's true. But I mean, even when I'm walking around on the street
Absolutely.
in San Diego, I'm like constantly looking for vanity plates and you know, looking for, because there's always a Washington State plate somewhere when I go out. I don't know what that's about, but I lived so long in Seattle that I know the plate really well. And yeah,
Yeah,
and you
I
know, I
could
mean,
see
there's
in
a lot of
Ohio
things I know
or
about the like techniques for numbering plates when they're not vanity plates. Like for a while there, I thought that the number at the front of a California plate was like the year that the plate was issued. It turns out no, they're just numeric. But you know, little things like that. I'm constantly looking at things like that and noticing them whether I want to or not. You
Yep.
know.
Yep. I'm so busy taking in all these little bits of information that don't fucking matter, and so much thoughts overrunning my head constantly
Yep.
that I can't learn certain things. I have to be totally into something so I can hyper focus on it, or I can't learn it.
Well, vanity
Mhm.
plates aside, in most states, if you get to learn them, the first 3 letters of the plate will tell you the county it was issued in.
Yeah, usually it's something like that. Yeah. I think you're right.
I mean, there are variations from state to state, but yeah. I mean, I think Vermont does that, but I know California doesn't. Unless it's the letters after the number. But I haven't really noticed much of a pattern for those at all, actually. I don't know.
I don't know.
There's a couple of plates that I've seen in person that I wish I could have snapped pictures of. Like there was one that just said logic. And I gave the guy a thumbs up as I walked past. There's another one. This was great. I saw some chick driving around in a car with the license plate. Ew, boys. Like seriously, EWW boys. Like, you know, and I
That's
was
great.
just like,
Yeah,
"That's
definitely a
awesome."
lesbian plate.
Right.
Yeah. Oh man. I found a picture of that online once, and now I can't. Oh well.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's fun to actually have this chat with people and know I'm not fucking alone. You know
No,
what I
you're
mean?
not
Like, for a
nuts.
long time, I was just like, man, why is this
Yep.
only me? Why does no one else think this way? And now, well, I know why. And I have people to talk to about it now. I can get some goddamn empathy.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
You
Yeah.
know?
Isn't that nice when someone can actually fucking see? That's the problem I've had my whole life is, you know, everybody's like, well, you know, the shit with my mom. Well, you need to go see a therapist. Yeah, I've tried that. I've tried that,
Yeah.
and I've tried that, and I've tried that. And the reason it doesn't work is because you can't look in the phone book and say, or type in Google, give me a therapist who accidentally killed their parent in a car accident.
Yeah.
Find me that guy or gal.
Right.
Well, you know, it's
So they don't understand. They're never gonna understand. They're never gonna understand. I
With
need
the
somebody to
autism-
find that has exactly that situation, that has PTSD from it. I'll talk to that motherfucker. Although the psychotherapist I have right now is fucking amazing. I was so lucky to find him. And he like sticks me in wherever he can, and he's worked late
And
a few
you
days
fit?
just to see me. No, not really. He makes extra time for me.
Not what I meant, but okay.
Yeah, I know. I just moved on from that.
Mm.
Just I'm not gonna acknowledge that.
Oh, but that was a
Anyway,
really good filthy joke. Come on.
it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I gotta say, it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Anyways, so and I mean, if I list everything off, so I have abandonment issues from my childhood. I have personalization issues. I have PTSD. I have anxiety, panic attacks. Well, I've beat the panic attacks. That was the hardest thing I've fucking ever done in my life. What did I say? Anxiety, depression, ADHD. So I'm just a fucking mess. It's no
So,
wonder I can barely fucking function every day.
question for you.
Who was shocked?
I've never had a panic attack as far as I know, and I don't I've heard descriptions of them. I'm not sure I can really empathize. Are they in any way similar in flavor to a meltdown?
So let's say anxiety attacks. Mostly with anxiety attacks, people they'll get like the racing heart, and they start, they feel like they can't breathe right and stuff like that. And but with a panic attack will lock you up. Like you're not moving.
Oh.
Like I had a panic attack sitting on the toilet. I sat there for 40 fucking minutes having a panic attack, thinking I was about to have a heart attack. I had a cell phone in my hand, and because I had walked in there and dropped my pants, and I just still had it in my hand from work. And I'm sitting there looking at it, and I couldn't even call 911.
Now, is fear a part of it, and that's why it's called a panic attack? Like you're feeling fear?
Yeah, I had a fleeting thought of me. Well, this is why I had the panic attack. The first.
Oh, but I
one
meant
ever
during.
had.
I was asking about during.
Oh, what do you say again then?
Like during the panic attack, you're feeling fear, yes?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's
yeah.
very
Because you
much
think you're gonna die.
Sure. Just
You feel
making
like
sure,
you're
because
dying.
I'm trying to empathize. It's hard to really just get it, so I'm asking.
It
No,
really
that's fine.
is.
Yeah.
It's something triggering the fight or flight mechanism, and you can't decide which one to do.
Ah.
But actually, Purple, my psychotherapist just told me there's 3 of them. It's fight, flight, or freeze. So the panic attack is when you freeze. You literally freeze in place and cannot move, basically. And just so everybody knows, since we're talking about mental health issues and this stuff, he also taught me the reason that PTSD is so bad is because what's supposed to happen is your indigula, hypothalamus, and everything, where your fight or flight or freeze is, it's supposed to communicate with your precortex. And it says, oh my God, something's wrong. Your precortex goes, oh, hold on, let me check with the neocortex. And then it goes to the neocortex, and neocortex goes, no, everything's fine, take a deep breath. And then you're like, oh, okay, it was just, that scared me. That car kind of came at me, it kind of scared me, But when you have PTSD, that doesn't happen. It doesn't communicate with the rest of your brain. So you're just you're in fight or flight. Constantly. And sometimes you'll be on the lower end of it and you're kind of calmed down and you feel at peace where you are. But one little thing and boop, you're right back up there again. Yeah. And the logical part of your brain isn't connected to say, no, it's okay.
Well, that's got me wondering. So
people are wondering why I'm like blowing up, because I feel disrespected and not listened to, and nobody gives a shit, and everything else at work when I'm voicing my opinions and I'm complaining about things for 9 fucking months and nothing changes, and it's exactly the same it was. It drives me nuts. That's all I could think about all the time. Work. This. So when nothing changed, I fucking blew it. I popped. But it took me 9 months to pop. The old Beck would have fucking popped within a couple weeks. And they're like, oh, well, you know what they said? Okay, so this is what I did. I walked in the kitchen and I went to get some food and I slammed the fridge door and I slammed the cabinet door. Only thing violent I've ever done there. I have slammed 4 doors since I've been there. Marissa was like, blah, 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 you don't have to slam stuff. And I said, well, people don't have to be rude and and be shitty. I was like, I'm already having a crappy day. I don't need anybody else making it worse. And she was like, well, you know, I don't like being interrupted while I'm on the phone. I said, I was trying to help you because she was just like, me, I don't need help, me. And I was like, okay, whatever, you know. So shit happened, doesn't matter. I walked outside, went to have a cigarette, told Shannon I needed to talk to her, called Shannon, told her what was going on, like exploded on the phone. And I was like, this is absolute bullshit. You know, all this crap, that crap. And I know it's not your fault. And I know you just walked in the door and just became the owner, but you're the fucking owner. So here we go. So, and I told her everything. She's like, okay, I can understand where you're frustrated. Just calm down. Do you have some pot with you? And I was like, of course, I have my day pot with me. And she's like, okay, smoke a little bit of that, take a deep breath, have a cigarette, and just you know, take a deep breath, and everything's gonna be okay. You're almost done for the day. You only have like 4 or 5 hours left. And I'm like, whatever, right? So I walk back inside. I go to walk back inside, and Heather texts me and asks me to go home. I said, no, it's fine. She said, if you need a break, just go home. And I said, no, it's fine. I'm just going to go back in my room. I'm going to close the door, and I don't have to communicate with them all day. I'm just going to hide out. And she's like, no, I want you to go home. She said, I'm sending you home. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. All this shit happens. Marissa gets an attitude with me, and now I have to go home.
Oh, I know exactly what that's like, getting blamed for reacting to other people's
Thank you.
bullshit.
Now
Of
I
course,
lose
and-
money.
yeah.
I lose money because shit's so jacked up around here.
Ugh.
Okay, that's great. So I said, please have Susan put in my PTO. And Heather said, no problem, I'll take care of it. Which means it'll never fucking happen because she never fucking does anything. And I walk behind her every day at work fucking cleaning up shit she needs to fucking do. And doing her job and the manager's job. So now that I'm gone, they're about to find out fucking reality. Because Deb Warenko's leaving, and I'm not going to do it anymore. So, and I can't wait for them to all go, oh my God, we have to do all this? Because I was doing a lot of shit behind the scenes. Anyways, not the point. So Heather told me to go home. I was like, fine. And then I realized I never clocked in because I was in a hurry. She took the day off. I had to call all her patients. And Michelle wouldn't fucking help me with it. And she was being a fucking little shit. Anyways, so I was like, fine, I'll go home. Just tell her to put on my PTO. Went out to my truck, and I had told Heather to clock me out at 10. Well, by this time, it's like 10:05, right? And the trash was in the back of my truck from the office. And I always take it, and I always do it after I clock out, and I always do it for free. And I thought, you know what? I'm not doing it for free. I'm fucking pissed off. So I set it on the back of Michelle's car. She has an old, beat-up Toyota she paid $500 for. She literally doesn't care about it. The paint job's destroyed. She, like, will kick it and throw shit on the hood. She doesn't fucking care about this car. And literally. And it's an old piece of shit. She drives 4 minutes back and forth to work. She just does that because she's too lazy to walk. So she doesn't care about the car. That's what they said was the final straw. They fired me because I put trash on the back of Michelle's car.
Ugh.
And I said, wait a minute.
Well, they were just looking for a reason.
Yeah, I said, let me get this straight. This was the final straw. And they said, yeah. And I said, okay, so we have to worry about the patient's mental health, but not the employees. Gotcha. Check. I understand now. And Heather decided to record the conversation. And I mentioned being hit by Dr. Warenko and Dr. Higginbotham in that conversation intentionally. And I told them I want a copy of it, which I have all rights to. They can't keep it from me because I agreed to be recorded. I have all rights to have a copy of it. When the fact that they didn't protest or say anything or deny it, I'm going to take that to court.
Oh, right on.
And I'm suing them for being assaulted twice, and they never did anything about it. That's when all the shit hit the fan, is the day that Dr. Higginbotham came over to me and was yelling at me and smacked my arm like this. And ever since that day, I've been volatile at work. She set me off, and I can't stop it. It's just like one thing after another there.
Was it?
So
Like-
I think it's their fault. I think I blew up because I have PTSD and anxiety and a whole bunch of fucking mental health issues. They didn't take that into consideration. They took no action against Dr. Higginbotham. They had a conversation with her, and then Dr. Warenko told me I needed to apologize to her.
Ugh.
I need to apologize because I was going to fax a piece of paperwork. That's my job. Yeah.
Well,
That's how
one
I've
of
been
the
treated there for
things-
months.
One of the things that like happens during a meltdown that makes it oh so much worse is just the physical sensations, because like it feels like my body temperature goes up several degrees and every pore on my body opens up all at once. It is very disconcerting.
Yeah, it's almost like your
it
hair stands
calms.
on end and you're just ready to attack somebody. That's what it feels
Well,
like to me.
I mean,
Like,
I don't even
it's
feel like
so
I'm
hard for
ready
me
to
not to
attack
punch
somebody.
people.
It's just a shit ton of anxiety that I can't get rid of.
Yeah.
And like that's one of the reasons why I kept saying after I sort of self-diagnosed as a child, just let me burn out. If you let me burn out, I can be rational again. And that's exactly what a meltdown is like for me. As soon as I'm done losing my shit, all of a sudden I'm exactly normal again. It's
Yes,
just a
and
matter
then
of
I'm
having
going, and then
so
you're
much
doing this.
energy,
Oh
like
my
sitting
God,
under
what did I
my,
just do?
well, it feels like all of this energy is sitting directly under my ribs. And I don't know why I have that physical sensation, but I do. And the only way to get rid of it is to get rid of the energy, is catharsis. I have to get it out. Now,
Yeah.
there are healthy ways to do it, but if I ever like am caught by someone just yelling and screaming my head off like it is a tantrum, chances are I just have too much energy and I need to get rid of it. You know, I've often thought it might be nice to get one of those like kung fu martial arts training dummy things and like a sort
No,
of like an
actually,
Antar boffer sword and just beat the crap out of it with the sword for a while.
my psycho doc, I call him, in my phone, I have him under psycho doc. I thought it was funny.
Sure.
My psycho doc actually told me it's not good to do that because I told him I was going to go down and join a boxing gym.
Oh no no no
And I
no
could
no
work
no,
out
no.
and get out some, energy and frustration. He was like, no, don't do that for anger.
That's not
He
what
said it makes it worse. Don't do it.
I'm not talking about going to a club though. I mean, I'm like there have been times I've calmed myself down just
No.
with the right video game, you know, where it's just a matter of bleeding off the energy so it's not there anymore, so I can be
Right. I'm just saying with
again, you know?
anger in particular. I'm just saying with
Well,
anger in particular, you should not take it out in a violent manner. It actually makes your mental health worse. Is all
I'm
I'm
not
saying.
sure it makes my mental health worse though. I
Well,
mean, like
that's just a
I've
general rule of
been doing
thumb.
this kind of thing
It's
for decades, and it really
right.
does help me in a way. It's like I said, it's catharsis. It's something that
Yeah.
I need, and it's a healthy outlet for it. So I'm not doing it to other people. You know what I
I
mean?
had thought about buying a punching bag and hanging it outside my house, just wailing on it whenever I need to. Because I mean, honestly, I'm not like a violent person. I'm more like vocal than anything.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody's an asshole, I won't come at him like physically, but I'll look at him and go, "You're a fucking dick." You know what I mean? So I'm that guy, right? So I'm not like a violent person. And anytime I've ever had a flash in my head of hurting someone, it literally makes me sick to my stomach. I mean, one of my exes, this is an interesting story too about mental health stuff. One of my exes, I had this vision that would flash through my head randomly. I mean, I'm fine. We're standing in the kitchen. I'm cutting up vegetables. She's cutting up meat. We're cooking dinner together. And all of a sudden, flashing through my head is an image of like a little video clip of me stabbing her with a knife in her gut. And I was like, what the? So I like dropped the knife. Like I felt scared to hold the knife. I dropped the knife and I looked at it and I was like, I gotta piss. And I turned around and went in the bathroom and I just hung over the toilet dry heaving. It was the most sickening fucking thought I have ever had in my fucking life. It was horrible. It's happened to me now. It's happened to me now like 4 or 5 times. And so when I was with Heather, I talked to her about it. And being that she's a healthcare provider, she knows a lot about mental health stuff. Just can't handle mine. So I asked her about it, and she said it's because I was raped. She said that people that are raped will have a reaction like that in their head when someone gets too close to them, intimate with them.
Oh, see, that's not where
Isn't that great? So I have that. I have that makes me puke the 5 times it's happened. 4 times it's happened me 4 times.
In my case, it really is just a matter of burning off energy. Like I just have way too much energy to be rational. And like physical exertion is a great way to get it out. And since I can't just strap on the blades while I'm that pissed, it would be nice to have something that I can hit that's harmless. You know, because like I don't even want to be violent. That's not the point. The point is to get rid of energy. You know, and I'm getting rid of the energy in a way that feels very satisfying when I do it. So finding a safer, healthier outlet for it is a good idea, but it really is about catharsis. It's not about violence. It's not about hurting people. It's just a matter of, like, right now I'm the Incredible Hulk, and when I get rid of the rage, I can be Bruce Banner again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's what my fiance used to do, and her therapist had recommended it, was that she had a wiffle bat. And when she got like that, she would just go and wail until she completely destroyed an empty cardboard box. And it's like just venting it out. Then it was, okay, now we can discuss things.
I mean, that's what, like I said, I have one of those buffer swords from LARPing. I think I have two, actually. And if I had, like I said, one of those sort of like martial arts kung fu dummies that they have, where it's just like a thick, almost tree trunk looking thing with dowels sticking out of it, basically. If I had one of those and a buffer sword, and I could just like spend 5 minutes getting all that energy out, and then I could come back out of wherever I'm keeping it and go, okay, let's have the discussion again. That would actually help me a great deal. It really would. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking in the side chat with Mage there.
Yeah, I was looking.
And yeah, what I do is actually is, I guess, not really a classic meltdown, but my system shuts down. And it's like my brain is going through a checklist and one at a time turning off each of my senses.
Well,
honestly,
that's
I'd
going into
prefer that
freeze
to the
mode,
rage,
sunshine.
but-
That's not a meltdown. That's a breakdown.
And
Yeah,
I would
but
greatly
meltdown
prefer
is
that
more
to the
about
rage. I
anger.
really would.
Huh?
I'd prefer that to the rage. I really would.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
and-
me too.
And that's the thing, that I very rarely get angry.
God,
Unless
I would love to be you, Purple.
well, unless I feel that somebody is, specifically being hostile to me for no apparent reason. I
Oh,
mean,
fuck
even
yeah.
if somebody is being aggressive, if I can identify the logic of why they're behaving like that, I still don't respond aggressively.
Right. Yeah, I get you.
And honestly, just from the perspective of someone who might be that kind of cranky, I actually appreciate it when people are like that, because it helps me calm down if they're being rational and looking at what I'm saying or doing or feeling in a way that might actually analyze it correctly and have some empathy for me. If someone does that, all of a sudden I'm not aggro anymore.
I had a guy who had me pinned to the wall with his hand around my throat, and I was still trying to reason him through it.
Okay, well,
it's kind of how I am too.
Wow, but okay, cool. Actually, in a way.
But the reason I'm like that, Purple, is because when I was almost 15 years old. I think it was right before I turned 15. There was this kid in school who was giving me shit and talking crap and stuff, and I decided I was going to follow him off the school bus one day because he decided to get off at my stop, and he ran up into the woods, and his girlfriend came after me. And her and I were fucking rolling on the ground and everything. And my hair got caught. At the time, my mom wouldn't let me cut my hair yet. This is right before I got my hair cut off. My hair was down to my ass. And there was a piece of fence sticking up out of the ground. And it caught the back of my fucking braid. And I couldn't move. And she punched me in the face. And then she grabbed me. And I pulled her down by her shirt. And I was choking her out. And I don't remember anything else. All I remember is pulling her down and getting one hand around her neck, and then next thing I knew, I came to, and my brother had me on the other side of the bushes. My brother was like this big, wide football player dude, and he had me on the other side of this hedge of bushes, and I'm trying to pull him through the hedge because I'm trying to go back after her. And finally, I snapped out of it, and I was like, "Dude, let me go!" And I was like, "What the fuck?" And he was like, "Dude, I had to pull your hands off her neck. She was blue. You almost fucking killed her." And I looked at him, and I walked in the house, because we were like 2 yards over from my house. I walked in the house, I went and took a shower, I came out and decided I was never going to fucking fight anybody again. Because I literally, if my brother wasn't there, the kids that were watching were my age. He walked up on the fight, and this guy, Jeff, that was a local kid around the neighborhood, was standing there, and he was like, "Dude, they're going at it." And my brother Keel goes, "Dude, grab Jennifer, I'll grab B." And he's like, "Why?" And he said, "Dude, look, V's fucking choking her out, man. You got to fucking we got to get her hands off her neck. And they pulled me off, and I do remember this weird feeling, and I didn't know what it was from until I thought of it later. I remember having a weird feeling on my thumb while I was blacking out, and it was her trachea popping back out because I had almost collapsed it totally. I almost killed her. So I don't fight anymore. And even when I had homeless guys come into CVS, I had one punch me in the neck. I had another guy, they were thieves, and another guy slammed me up against the wall. I never struck any of them. I refuse to, I'll stick my hands in my pockets and ball up my fists so I can't pull them out. I refuse to fight anybody because I know I'll hurt them.
That wouldn't
or
work
kill
for me.
them.
I'm more of a kicker, but hey. Oh, and
Oh, no, I'm a puncher.
I'm not above like headbutts or biting too, if it comes down to it.
Oh, I've headbutted a guy. I headbutted a guy that was fucking starting some shit with me. He swung at me, and I grabbed his arm, and I pulled him towards me, and I fucking headbutted him, and he went and fell over on the floor. I was dizzy, but I didn't knock me out. And I walked away.
I had someone like grab onto me from behind once, but his head was almost right next to mine, and so I just cocked my head to the side and slammed right into him. You know, like the side of my head.
Yeah.
So it made him lose interest in the proceedings, that's for darn sure.
It made you go, whoa, fuck.
Well, I don't know. It was a bad situation. I was pretty young, so was everyone else, and we got into one of those arguments where no one's happy with each other. You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Most of the situations I've been in where somebody's hit me for whatever ungodly reason, when it wasn't at work and it wasn't some homeless guy trying to steal, and I walked up on them and caught him. It was some guy or woman that was absolutely entirely inebriated. Those were the people that came after me. I had a big gay guy. He was like 6'3", and he weighed every bit of like 300 pounds, I'd say, 280 to 310. And he from the side, I didn't even see him. From behind me, he took his fist and smacked the side of my fucking head with it, right over top of my ear, and knocked me. And I spun around, and then I saw him coming at me, and I saw a chair as I was spinning, and I landed my ass perfectly in the chair and put my feet up because I had to defend myself because I knew damn well my head was spinning. I can't hit him right now. What am I gonna do? I mean, he knocked me for one. And the reason he hit me was because someone had just beaten up his brother on the front porch, and his brother was laying there bleeding, and I was an EMT, and I was going to help him. And I was like, oh, man, is he okay? And I was like, fuck, but Richard, what did you do? And not my brother, Richard, another Richard I knew years and years and years ago. And I went to go towards the guy to help him, and the guy fucking hit me in the head. And I was like, I was trying to help your brother, you fucking idiot. I'm a goddamn EMT. And I said, fuck it, let him rot. And I grabbed my fucking beer, my pot and shit, and I lived in the 3-story house, and the top story was mine. I went all the way up to my room and just shut off my lights and sat there and got high. Because I knew the cops were going to get called. He beat him up on the front porch. Somebody saw it. And then eventually the cops came, and I just stayed up there totally dead quiet like nobody was home. They all ran out of there. Yeah.
There was this one time I, shot a guy in the head with a Glock 9, and then he respawned and got hit by my grenade.
Dota, huh?
I'm not even sure what game it was. It was probably Counter-Strike.
I don't know. The first one I thought, I don't even play those games. I don't play first-person shooters or Halo, or I think all that shit's just a waste of fucking, I don't know. If someone else wants to play it and we'll bullshit while they're playing it, I'll do that, but I don't know. I'm not interested in playing that shit.
Yeah, I've never gotten into those.
I'm horrible at controlling people in first-person shooters to begin with. And all that happens is I respawn and die, and I respawn and die, and I respawn. What the fuck's the point? I'm not playing.
Well,
if I can't even have enough time to shoot one person because I'm so horrible at controlling it, I'm not going to bother playing it.
Well, it helps to play single-player games for a while first, just to get good at the style of play, then go up against other people.
No, I'm the same thing with me. That I've just never gotten used to how the controllers work, and I can't react fast enough to do anything meaningful.
Well, I don't use controllers so much. I'm usually keyboard and mouse when I'm playing.
I'm a
That's
controller person. I can't do
yeah.
keyboard and mouse.
Well, I mean, I've been gaming since the early 80s on a PC, so,
But
I'm
I don't know
used
how to type, so I don't know where all the keys are.
Well,
Keyboard's even worse.
Really, all you have to do is put your fingers on the A, D, and W keys, and everything else is right around that area anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, still, I don't know where.
Oh, well, you're not going to learn that way. But okay, fair enough. I mean, if you're not enjoying it, you're not enjoying it. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, I'm just not into that kind of game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have been into narrative storytelling and sci-fi and fantasy since, like, I don't even remember a time when I didn't love that stuff. So,
Right.
I mean, these kinds of games are perfect for me. I love like games that really try to immerse you in it. I mean, as much as there really could be more to do in Night City, the world of Cyberpunk 2077 is at least really beautiful. It sort of feels like being in an actual city. And I like that about it. I like that a lot. There's just some sort of visceral reaction to something that looks sort of like a place I wish I could visit for real. That's just so appealing in games like these.
Well, don't get me wrong. When I say the first-person shooter stuff, I mean like PvP and like any kind of like Halo or Dune or anything like that, where you're just going around shooting people all the time. I just don't get into it. Now, if you give me something like the games you're talking about, where there's like a storyline and you have to go do stuff and perform actions and you fight in amongst it, I would totally be into those games.
Well, try Far Cry 3 then. It's a lot of fun. It's very interesting. The only thing I didn't like about it is that for whatever reason, the main characters are all these like overprivileged trust fund babies. And I was like,
Yeah,
because basically what happens is a bunch of kids go on vacation to some tropical island. And they're doing all the stuff, water skiing, wingsuits, parachute, all of that stuff, and then end up kind of getting themselves embroiled in this plot with a bunch of like drug dealers and stuff. And it gets weirdly mystical and magical at times. But basically, it's like you're hanging around with Brad and Karen the whole time, or at least Brad and Karen's kids, and it's hard to feel sorry for them a little bit,
Yeah.
But
so you're hanging out with Whisper and Willow or something, right? Yeah.
So it's but other than that, it's a great game. It really is. Far Cry 3, and it's old enough that if you have a low end computer, you can totally run it. But and it's also a decent entry point into the series because I'm told the first two are kind of iffy.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask, but I kind of figured it was implied.
They actually modded Far Cry 3 into something called Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, which is this weirdly stylized 80s, almost Tron-looking thing, so I loved it. And of course, the voice of the main character is Michael Biehn, who played Corporal Hicks in Aliens, and Kyle Reese in The Terminator. So having him do the voice of the main character is really cool. I mean, this was an 80s game like you wouldn't believe. It was so much fun. But it's also less in depth than original Far Cry 3. It's really more of a shooter without a story. So, I don't know.
I don't know if you could hear the purring or not.
No.
Anyway.
So, like, when I say it's 80s, I mean frickin' 80s.
Oh, wow.
And I mean, most of the game looks sort of like this. Everything's glowing and the sky is strange. It almost looks like you're not in a real world, like you're jacked in and playing a game where like the main character is playing the game that you're controlling kind of thing, rather than I'm playing a game and it happens to be set here. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay. I can dig it.
Yeah. But I mean, this is what actual Far Cry 3 looks like.
Oh, nice. You get to drive trucks and stuff?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's tons of vehicles. There's all kinds of stuff. As I understand it, and I've bought Far Cry 5, or maybe it's 6. I can't remember. I bought one of them, and I haven't played it yet, but they give you airplanes in that one.
Oh.
So I'm looking forward to that. I as soon as I'm done with this run through on Cyberpunk, I'm going to put the other Far Cry on there and give that a whirl and see how it goes. Yeah. Which one is it? Is it 5, 6? I don't know if they're up to 6 yet. 5. It's Far Cry 5. Yeah. But when I saw that there were airplanes, I knew I wanted to play it. I mean, hell, you'll probably like this, Diana. Some of the planes are the sorts of things you like.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm more into the
Like that
strategic
stuff.
games.
Let me just see what this on the thing is on there. I'm trying to make out what is that.
This right here?
Oh, okay. I was looking at the OBS. Now I'm looking at the meat, and yeah. Oh yeah, that looks good. Far Cry 5, huh?
Yeah, but the rest of it is going to be nothing like what you want. Trust me.
I don't know. Let's see. It looks like a quest game of some sort. What are you trying to survive? What?
Well,
Zombies,
it says
looks
here,
like.
okay, welcome to Hope County, Montana, home to a fanatical doomsday cult known as Eden's Gate. Stand up to the cult leader, Joseph Seed, and his siblings, the Heralds, to spark the fires of resistance and liberate the besieged community.
I don't know.
Easy.
How
And
much?
it sure does look like the undead get involved at some point.
How much does that
Yes.
thing cost? If it's not too expensive, I might try it.
60. Oh, yeah, 60. 60. I
Oh.
got it on sale for like 10 or 20.
Yeah, I was gonna say 60's a little more than I have to spend.
Yeah, well, I think it's fairly new though. Where's the release date? It's got to be here somewhere. I can
Well, what
never
you do,
remember
Diana,
the-
is you set up an
2018,
account on
there it is.
you set up an account on Steam, and then you wait, and they have like these crazy sales. That's
Oh,
when
I
you go
already-
and buy stuff.
I already have a Steam account.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you just gotta look it up, and you can actually hit a notify thing, and it'll let you know when it goes on sale.
And some of these sales are insane. Like I've picked
Yeah.
up games for 90% off, for fuck's sake.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
like-
last Steam sale I paid attention to, I got 5 games for like $12.50.
I bought
Yeah.
like a $60 game for 10. It was the Star Wars Squadrons game, which I wasn't gonna get because I don't want to give Disney my money. But for $10, fuck it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, like, here's the stuff that's on sale on my wish list right now, and I mean, 40% off, 50% off. You know?
Yeah. It's
Okay,
like that all
then.
the time. Every
mean,
couple
I have
months they
4
have
on my
like
wish
these
list, but-
huge sales, and then in between they still have little mini sales. But I think it's
Yeah.
every like 2 or 3 months they'll have a huge sale and
Well,
sell
they do
off a
like
bunch
a-
of shit.
They have like a May sale. I think it's like spring cleaning or some shit. I don't remember.
have a
I know
fall
they
one,
do like
too.
a Black Friday and a Christmas sale as well.
Yes.
And some of
They-
the sales last forever. It's not like one day. There's like one that's at least a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They'll give you a couple weeks to buy it. Yeah.
Yeah, the last one I caught was like last September or something, and it ran for like at least a week.
The thing is, I
Moo.
really
Yeah,
shouldn't be
stinky breath,
buying
boy.
more games just because, like, I have so many I haven't played yet. Just because I've been working so hard on Quinn Redshift and I just didn't take the time. Like,
Okay.
I've got what is it, Mirror's Edge. I've played about 20 minutes of it. You know, and what is it, Metro 2033? I played 117 minutes. You know, that kind of thing. Where it's like I really need to make more time to play this stuff.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, I like
And I
playing.
mean, well, some of them are silly. You know, like I've got the one where you're basically getting a bunch of people to storm Area 51 to try to get in there and see the UFOs. And so you start with like 2 or 3 guys and they run toward the gates and then they get shot. But along the way, you pick up a bunch of things that let you get more people. So each time you get more and more people until you can finally storm Area 51 and get to the UFOs. Meanwhile, you spend like several minutes just sacrificing all these people to you know, the guards who just gun them down like rats. It's crazy. You know, it's like one of the silliest games I've ever played, and it's one of the most empty and shallow games I've ever played, but it's still weirdly fun.
Now that makes me wonder if that's where those idiots got the idea that they were promoting that to storm Area 51.
Actually, I think it's backward. I think they made the game because of the people.
Oh, what, did the game come out more recently?
Well, number one, there's 2 different games that use the same theme, but also I think that's when I started seeing them, is when people were saying, oh yeah, we're going to storm Area 51. And it's like a couple of months later, these games seem to come out. So I don't know. Like I say, they're really simplistic games. These, so it's like no, it's not like a AAA title where it took 5 years to develop it.
Okay, Maya's saying Steam's Christmas sales are awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the best ones.
Yeah, that she was getting games like 4 for the price of 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I mean,
That's
there's
like
a lot of chintzy, cheap-ass games you can get for $1, like even without them being on sale. And some of them are great, some of them, but for $1, I mean, you get an hour or two of entertainment. Who cares?
Right. Yeah, Bolt bought me that American Truck Simulator game and got the main pack with like 5 states, and then there was one free or something like that. And they're normally like $20, $25 each. And he got them on sale, and he bought all of that for $25 right before Christmas.
Nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean,
knocked everything down to 5.
If I remember right, Blood Dragon just came with Far Cry 3 when I bought it.
Oh, okay.
Like it was just part of the package, like you get them both. I've got a couple of really stupid, like there's this one game called The Long Drive, and all it is a driving simulator. You get a car and an empty world that might have a few things like a garage in it somewhere, but really all you're doing is driving, and that's the whole game. I mean, it has
a little bit boring.
It has some tongue-in-cheek humor and stuff, but yeah. But it's one of those games you get it for like $1,
Yeah.
And some of those simple games have so much replay value that it's totally worth it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, B, when they get around to doing the truck simulator for Ohio, that's exactly what's going to be. The boredom will only be broken up by stopping for the toll booths.
Yeah, right. Right.
I don't.
No, I'm going to tell you, when they do the Northeast, I know they're saving that for last because it's going to be the hardest thing to do.
Well, I mean, I don't drive trucks, and I don't want to, and I'm not sure I want a game of it, but if they make one where they have the entirety of Vermont, I will get it, just because there's places Google Earth never went.
Yeah.
And like
no, they don't do it like that. It's too much.
Oh,
it's too much. They pick the main cities, and they will take a road, like a big highway that goes from one main city to the other, and they basically do it to a 1 to 20 scale. So for every 1 minute, you're driving 20 minutes.
Okay. Well,
so for every mile, you drove 20 miles.
I got curious and typed Vermont into Steam, and I got Super Bernie World.
Did you really?
I did.
Oh my God, it's like fucking Mario mixed with Donkey Kong.
and with Bernie Sanders as the main character.
Of course.
I mean,
that's great.
Okay.
So it's a Bernie Sanders platformer, and it's free.
It's totally Mario.
So wow, that's oh, look at this.
Yeah, it's Mario.
Hey, go back there. I was watching that video, darn you. Yep. Obviously,
that's
all they did was reskin it, but that's awesome.
That's hilarious.
I'm gonna have to pick that up and play it at some point,
Now I got the question on the thing for to hear the truck simulator American. Does you need the steering wheel for that, or can you go on the board of the keys?
You can use the keyboard. The problem with the truck simulators when you first get it, the steering and everything, the adjustments for it, for the sensitivity is really crazy off. So when I first started playing it, I was like, I can't do this with a keyboard. So I bought a controller, and I was like, I can't even do this with a controller. So then I started going in and messing with settings and figured out that the steering settings were like super, super, super off.
Okay.
Well, one thing though is like, as much as I prefer,
like you barely touch it, or you would not move, or you would just
or something with a keyboard. Driving with a keyboard is not recommended, I have to say, because unlike a controller where you don't, it's not just left, right, forward, back. You have some sensitivity where if you move the controller just a bit, you turn slightly. But with a keyboard, it's on or off. It's either I'm turning or I'm not, because you're pressing A or you're pressing D, left and right, and that's it. So,
No.
driving is definitely better with a controller, but a
Yes.
lot of things like first person shooters, I'd rather have a keyboard. And I'll tell you why, because when I'm using the mouse to aim, to move the look, like where the character is looking, moving the mouse is a matter of distance. The amount I move my thumb is how far the view moves. But when you're using a controller, you're controlling the rate of moving of like the targeting reticle.
Hold on,
Right?
steady.
And so it's like, no, too far. No, go back. No, too far. No, go back. It's like you can't do the fine control that you can when you're adjusting position rather than direction and speed. You know what I mean?
So
Mhm.
Diana, I bought this. It's a Logitech. It's really well made. Dick told me about it. Dick Dawson. And it's similar to the Xbox. It's styled off the Xbox controller, and it works with almost every game because it's a generic Xbox controller. It was $15 with tax. I think it was $13.47 when I bought it, and it works great. You can play almost every game on it. Yeah. So if you wanted to try to get one to play games on, that's $13.47 on Amazon.
Okay then.
Yeah.
It's just that I'll have to figure out what to do first because my older machine is starting to give it up, and I may have to rebuild. That's the one I play the games on, so I may have to rebuild that machine. Because when I switch the machine on, it doesn't always kick it over to the master boot record. Sometimes it just sits. Sometimes it just sits there.
So I suppose I should have figured, but one of the bosses is clearly Trump.
Okay.
Look at that. Oh, wow.
Daju korostu, kestatarieke.
Hilariously funny.
Oh my God, that's great. I love it.
Super Burning World, I'm gonna have to go look for to get. If it's too free, yes. If it's too free, not to paying nothing for you, then that is for me. I like that.
Okay. Can dig it.
It's free, a bargain at half the price.
Mm-hmm.
Bargain at half the price.
Ah, my. Because I like free. Free is good.
Yeah, free's great. Free's great. It's one of my favorite things.
It is.
As long as it's actually in working order and they didn't give you some piece of junk you have to fix.
Well,
Or
unfortunately,
if it's an easy fix, I'll take it.
with computer games and such, you have to be careful about free because is it sending a report back from somebody else?
What?
What?
Is it sending a report back to somebody else based on what it finds in your computer while you're playing?
Oh, togareste, medakosata. Yes.
You always have to watch out for those.
I would imagine Steam, of all places, wouldn't allow that.
No, no.
I
That's
feel
why
on
Steam's
Steam
good.
you're pretty safe, yeah.
Oh my.
Wow.
I still want to find a working copy of Lemmings.
Oh.
You can find it. The problem is that it's a little bit screwy. Right?
Is that
like the port to Windows did not go well.
Is that the game that is impossible to win?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought there was a game I thought I had heard of somewhere where the last level required you get something that you could not get by the time you got there.
Well, actually, that's the problem I'm having with the last copy of Lemmings I did find, is that you can't get beyond board 10, because board 10 says you have to rescue 100 lemmings, and it only releases 50 lemmings.
Okay, yeah, so this is the one I remember then. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
it's just broken there.
I mean, it worked fine when it was original, though. That much I know.
That's just when somebody adapted it to Windows, they got something set wrong there for the victory.
Well, what bothers me with the versions I've found that aren't the original is the music is all screwed up. They don't play them on the right levels, and it's really, really loud, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Not worth playing at that point. But they do have it online. That's definitely a thing. I've seen it. Like, you can play it in a browser kind of thing.
Okay.
I need to find some sites for that then. Like I said,
like
ones
this
I
one?
found, I just haven't gotten very far with it.
I mean, it's right here.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I've Google searched it. I've gone through about 6 or 8 of them, and I haven't
baby.
found one that was
Oh, wait.
actually playable.
Hold on, I want to redo that because I selected the wrong thingy. Okay, yes 4, yes 2. Let's see what happens then. All right.
Okay, well, if you can drop me a link for the one you found.
Let me see if I can get it working. Oh my gosh, that's all screwy. Where's the damn mouse cursor? Ah, there it is. Oh, hey, they're doing the right music. Oh, I gotta select this bastard, don't I?
Yeah. It's also very loud.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Anyway. Yeah, they won't let you adjust the
That
volume
is
either.
really
That's a problem.
loud. Wow.
But it's a fun game, and let me. Oh shit! I closed it. Let me grab that link for you. I'll throw it in the main chat if anyone wants to play it.
Okay, thanks.
Toque este.
Yeah, because I had Lemmings back when I had my Atari ST.
Yeah. No, I originally played it on a PC, and I don't remember. I think it might be one of those games where I had it and then got one of the first sound cards and was like blown away by how different it was. Because, like, originally I was using it and I had the PC speaker.
No.
And, it was beeps and boops. And then I got the Sound Blaster and I was like, holy crap. These days we just expect it. But back then, having sound that wasn't just beep was amazing.
It's true. You're right.
It was probably the same kind of sea change as like when movies were in color or they could talk, when they weren't just black and white and silent, and people were probably blown away by that too.
What, you never had a Commodore 64?
I wasn't.
It did a hell of a lot more
I
than beeps.
begged my
She's
parents
not old
for
enough.
one. I begged my parents for one, and they wouldn't.
Ah.
They were like, no, you have to have a computer that's not just games. And I'm like, but it's not. And they're like, we're buying you a Trash 80 Coco 2, which like had BASIC on it, but I mostly only played games on it. So, their scheme to keep me away from video games failed.
Yeah, I had a Commodore 64 and I actually had very few games. I mostly used it as a word processor.
Some friends of mine had one and I loved some of the games, but I never had one myself, no.
Yeah. It is why the only surviving copy of my first novel is on disc for a 1541 drive, and I can't read them anymore.
I wonder how many like floppy disks and stuff I have around that won't work anymore. I know I have a few CD-ROMs that might, but then again, they're so old that they're probably not compatible with Windows at this point.
Yeah, I remember the first major investment I made in computer equipment was I got a Data Chief hard drive that plugged into the Commodore 64, which gave me an amazing 40 meg of storage. It was the size of an IBM AT.
I remember getting 4 megabytes of RAM and like, oh my God, that's awesome. 4 whole megabytes. You gotta be kidding me. It's just, and now how many gigabytes?
Yeah.
And I
the
remember
price
like
point.
one of the biggest frustrations for having that TRS-80 was that it didn't have a disk drive. You had to buy it as an external peripheral, but it did have a tape recorder. And allegedly you could like store and load games on audio cassettes. I could never get it to work.
Oh yeah. When I first got my Commodore, I couldn't afford the disk drive. I only had the tape drive.
Well, that might explain the lack of games. I remember most of the games my friends had were on like 5 1/4.
Yeah, well, the Commodore also had a lot of games on cartridges, but I couldn't afford them, so most of the programs I had were things I typed in out of magazines and saved on the tape drive.
Oh, wow. I just looked up a bunch of C64 games, and I'm like, wow, Blast from the Past, hello. Although some of these I played on PC, like Impossible Mission, not Mission Impossible. This was Impossible Mission. Yeah, I played that on PC, not on C64. Holy crap! They made it. Well, Mazinger Z. I remember as Trenzor Z when it was the '80s. They made a game out of that. Wow. I
I wonder
remember
if it's
the
gonna
old
like
Ghostbusters
snow or
game,
something
too.
tonight.
Let's see. Hold on. I remember this
Yeah.
old Ghostbusters game I'm seeing. I love the crap out of it, but the best part, if you hit the space bar, it would actually say Ghostbusters, which was pretty cool because games didn't talk back then.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I
yeah, the
remember
old
when games
Ghostbusters
started
game.
talking, it was so much fun, wasn't it? When they actually had
Yep.
like some kind of, what was that? There was a an arcade game,
Smash
pole
TV.
position,
Oh,
pole position, and the only thing it said during the entire thing was "prepare to qualify," and it was cool because it said that. You know,
Yeah.
Yep.
I was like 12, so Kate, you were like 2
Well, what
or
year
3.
was this?
I
I mean, because I
between
played
the time I
pole
was
position,
10 to
that's for
12,
sure.
so between 81 and 83, I used to go to this arcade and play.
Okay,
pole
well,
position.
like
But
at
we
the
got
very
everything late because we lived out in the middle of the country.
well for 16 days of 1981, I was 6. Like seriously,
Okay.
December 15th, 1961, I turned 6. So
60? No. 81.
81.
that isn't that what I said?
You said 61.
Oh,
No, she
almost
said
screwed up.
16 days.
Almost.
No,
screwed up.
in,
Yeah, that's probably what
Wait a
it
minute.
is.
What
That
was the
probably-
month
yeah.
and the year?
In 61, I was 4 years old.
December
so-
1975 was when I was born. So 81,
Oh,
I
December
would have
19th.
been. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were 42 right now. I was wrong.
No.
Okay.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I look young for my age, but yeah.
No,
I
you
turned-
look like you're 35, but that's not the point.
And I'm
I thought you were
46.
younger than what you are. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I only got 5 years on you.
Yeah.
Or 4.5 or something like that. Yeah. I was thinking more of a generation gap with the computer stuff than there actually was.
Nah. So, it's past noon, and I did have breakfast, but I'm quite hungry, so I'm thinking I'm gonna go. If it's
Okay.
still going here, I might come back, but I gotta go get food.
I don't know how long
I'm
it's
probably
gonna
going to
go.
hop off here anyway. So
Yeah, because I'm
Yeah.
getting close myself. It's what can I tell you? Oh
I
well.
was feeling I had to go within an hour because I've got to run a load of laundry and then I've got stuff to do this evening.
Well,
boy,
I'm
that sounds
about
like
to
fun.
digest my own colon, so
Oh my. Oh, let's see what we've got going over here. I just want to look at the side chat, which I haven't looked at for a couple of minutes yet.
I'm trying to decide whether or not I should get weed today. I probably
I wouldn't
shouldn't.
got weed today.
Well, I mean, basically, like I haven't had any like since yesterday morning, and
Oh,
that's
no.
never great. But I just I don't know.
Okay, if not having any since yesterday and you're having problems, that sounds
Well,
like
no,
an
I'm
addiction.
not having problems. I'm saying I'm trying to decide because I know I will have problems. Is the thing is like tomorrow or the next day it's going to be like, okay, I'm tired. Well, the thing about a cleanse when you do it is for the first day or two you are pretty wiped out, and then whatever it is that pop breaks down in your head starts reconnecting and you start getting the energy again. But today I'm kind of in a mood, so I'm trying to decide whether to get any.
Well, I'll tell you what. How long? Because how long does the stuff keep? Can you keep a load of pot for a year or some under the right conditions
Well,
or
I
something
don't-
like that? You ought to start buying some for your move to Vermont.
Yes, but I
Freeze
can't
it.
transport it across state lines, remember?
If you,
Nope.
I don't know if you swallow it in a plastic baggie.
I'm
No,
all kinds of
don't
not
do
doing
that. Don't do that. It would be better. It would be better to take a bunch with you if you think you can't get any when you get there, and take some back roads in any fishy areas where there'd be a lot of cops. And if you
Yeah,
have
but I'm-
Waze,
Yeah, she's
But-
gonna fly. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
I'm going
WAZE, I
3,000
love
miles. I can't drive. Yeah. I'm looking. This thing does not have an expiration date. I'm looking at one of the packages. It does have a package date and a manufacturer date, but it
All
does
it'll
not
do is
say.
get drier.
It doesn't say if it'll go bad.
Well,
Well,
I would
and
think.
remember, I don't actually smoke. I vape, so it's oil.
Oh, that's true.
Oh.
Yeah. That's
You
true.
know, but
No, it's not going to go bad right away.
So no, it doesn't. Okay, well, I
I
forget
would
why we
leave
were
it just
talking
in the
about it now.
package and put it in a sealed bag so no
Hmm.
air or moisture
Yeah.
gets to it as much as
If
possible.
Well,
I
from
had
what I've
some
heard, it
way-
will lose its
Oh.
potency after like 6 months to a year. It will be a bit less potent.
It won't last her that long.
Yeah, pretty
That's
much.
true.
Oh my.
Yeah. If you were driving, you could get away with it. I don't think you'll ever get on a plane though.
I mean,
Oh,
I
you're
wonder,
flying?
what if it's in checked baggage?
They search that anyway, don't they?
I don't know.
Well, but do you have a medical card?
No.
Oh, well then I wouldn't risk it.
Well, I don't even think.
I say I have a medical card. I could just show it to them and be like, "It's in my checked baggage because I'm allowed to buy weed."
Yeah, but the feds don't care about that, do they?
No,
Well,
because
if
it
it's-
is,
well,
it, is
you
a,
can-
it is a federal crime. That's the problem. States may have decriminalized it, but
You can take knives and stuff with you, Diana, if you check it. You just can't take it on the plane with you.
Well, knives are not federal contraband.
Yeah.
Well, no, it is. It is because you're not allowed to have them on the plane.
Yeah.
It is federal
but what
contraband,
about
but not
checked
if you check
baggage
it.
is the question.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah,
because
You'd
if
have
I were to stick a bunch of weed in a checked bag, would anybody notice?
I'm guessing
think-
probably.
They
Well, how, though?
they do
How?
run them through X-rays. They do run them through X-rays, but if you just have those little canisters, you can get fake containers to put in there. They make all different kinds,
Well,
soda
what do you
cans
mean?
and all kinds of shit.
Oh, I see. Okay. I mean, because what I have right now, where the hell's that? There it is basically this is the box that my weed comes in, stuff like those, or this is a different company, Jeter Juice, but same
Yeah.
basic idea. You know, if
Yeah.
these weren't opened, they'd probably, I don't know. I mean, how much do they really check luggage?
I mean, they run them through an X-ray machine
Oh,
Yeah.
just to make sure there's not bombs, basically.
so
That's all
maybe
they're
a
worried
lead
about.
box. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, it would be
probably a way
nice
to get
be
around
able
it.
to. Ah, well,
Maya said you should get weed today, but you don't want to fly with weed.
yeah.
Hey,
But I mean,
Maya, didn't
like,
see you
how
before.
did like if I wanted some in Vermont and they didn't have a dispensary, but it is decriminalized, I guess I'd have to find someone who grows their own.
Yeah, I think you probably would.
Oh, you'll be able to find that. You'll find somebody.
I
Just
don't
go
know
to a
about
homeless
Vermont,
guy on
but
the
I-
street and say, "Do you know where to buy some weed?" The homeless people always know where to buy weed off of, because if they get any kind of money, they'll go buy weed because they hate their lives.
There
On the
you
other
go.
hand,
Telling you the
I
truth.
do have a friend who's an artist who designs like logos and stuff for alternate, like there's like she's got this sort of coffee mead thing that she designed the logo for and all that stuff. Well, I mean, a friend of hers paid her to do it, but point being is, like, you know, someone who's connected into that world, like the hippie world in Vermont, would be able to get me this stuff probably easier than a homeless dude. Plus, I
Yeah,
mean,
no,
like the
it's
Burlington
true.
area doesn't have a lot of homeless people to begin with.
Oh, okay.
I could
Oh,
give
yeah,
you a
that's true.
phone number
No, it
for
doesn't. You're
somebody
right.
in New York who could set you up with somebody in Delaware.
That's a long walk for a short drink of water.
Seriously.
I'm not sure I've ever been to Delaware. I'm not sure I've been over Delaware. So, I mean,
I thought Delaware was closer to Vermont for that.
well,
No.
I mean, but it's
Maine
still
is
be a
close to
hell of a
Vermont.
drive. I mean, I'm just saying it's
New Hampshire's close to Vermont. Dude, Delaware's nowhere near Vermont. It's like
yeah,
bunch of-
Massachusetts.
you have to go through Connecticut and
See,
New York and Jersey and everything to get to fucking.
okay, well, I
Delaware.
got things off. I was thinking Vermont was
That's
further
okay.
north.
I just know it because I used to live over there and I'm a truck driver, so
Yep.
you know.
All right. Delaware.
I didn't know shit about where the states were before that. Trust me.
let's see. Let's see if I can just get a relative distance between Delaware and Vermont. Oh, only 150-hour trip.
Oh, that's
Is that
150
all?
hours?
454 miles, it says.
Oh, okay. I didn't think it was all that far.
I
but
was gonna say 400.
I
Yeah,
I
400 to
figured it
500,
was
but I
less than
wasn't sure.
500. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, oh, you know what? That's walking.
Okay then. Yeah. There
I
you
had
go.
it set on walking because I'm a pedestrian. Oh no, this route has tolls. Okay, 8 hours. There we go. 8 hours.
That's more like it.
I cannot believe I had it
I was
on
just saying, in a truck, I used to do a 6 hours one way, 6 hours back trip, and in a truck you average it out at about 50 miles an hour because by the time you start and stop and get stuck in traffic
Yeah.
or whatever, it's 50 miles
Yeah.
an hour on the highway. And I used to go from Scranton, PA, to Boston and back in 12 hours. It's from one place to the other. It was exactly 301.5 miles. So it was
You know,
603 round trip.
maybe it's just me, but I can't help thinking that Scranton sounds like something, either it's an insult or it's
Scrotum.
something to do with the rectum, or I don't know.
It reminds
There
me
you
of
go.
scrotum every
There you
fucking time
go.
I say it.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, I'm also a fucking child, so you know.
Well, yes, but that's, you know.
But I did go to Paint, New York, and Paint reminded me of Taint, so there you go.
Well, Pennsylvania's got a whole bunch of fun place names like Blue Ball and Intercourse and what the hell
Yeah,
else is
and then
there?
there's Beaver and Moon, which are across the highway from each other south
Yeah,
of Pittsburgh.
yeah.
Yep.
I
Out toward my
Vermont's,
direction.
Like
Yep.
the places in Vermont are mostly like named after places in Britain. There's a lot of new this place, new that place, you know, that kind of thing. And there's a couple of like, you know, there's Middlesex and all of those, and Essex and all of those. But there are a few places that are named after like Native American stuff. Like I think I've mentioned Winooski before. It's an Abenaki word. It means like wild onion or something. There's the Winooski River. You know, is the Onion River is what we call it. You know, things like that. There's a few of those, but it's almost entirely like you know, oh yeah, this is a place in England kind of stuff. And I think there's even a Cornwall somewhere.
Yeah, we've got a lot of that stuff that's just either completely impronounceable or you just stare at the series of letters and try and figure out what language that started out as.
And don't get me started on Washington State. I mean, like find someone who can pronounce Puyallup the right way the first time just by looking at it.
Yep.
You know, or Wenatchee or any of those. There's a lot of Native American names in Washington State.
Yeah,
You
well,
know?
the problem here is that, you know, like Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, it isn't just that it was one Native American language, it's that there were 4 different tribes that inhabited this region together.
And the words probably got anglicized too, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, they got, what was it? They got anglicized there, so they got Frenchified badly.
Yep.
And, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you had the French explorers come through and try to get some of it, and then you had the English trying to write it down.
But like, okay, here I'm looking at Washington State right now, and you know, you get like Chehalis and where did it go? Yakima and all of those. You know, there's a lot of that stuff going on. There's Wenatchee. I don't know. I'm trying to find others.
And then you get to Utah and you have Coeur d'Alene.
Yeah.
You know, but then of course you get like Bellingham, you know, that kind of thing. So it's a mix. Tulalip, whatever. Paulsbo, I'm sure is some foreign language. I don't know if it's Native American. I'm not sure. Paulsbo. But yeah.
All right. Well, ladies, I'm going to get off of here.
Squamish, that's another one. Squamish. Yeah, I'm going to head out too. I'm very hungry.
Yeah. Which reminds me of squamous cell. Anyways, carcinoma. Goodbye, everybody. Have a great day.
Well, be good. Have
Have
fun.
fun, your bee ship.
Love you guys.
Catch you later.
Take care, honey.
I'll see the rest of you as well, too. Have fun.
Okay, hon. Be good. Oh my. Okay, then there were two.
Yep. Well, yeah, like I said, it's 2:30 here, and I need to run a load of laundry, and
Yeah, which means it's 3:30 here. Yep.
yep.
And the Windows, which doesn't know how to tell time, is telling me that it's 7:30.
Yeah. Well, and the Shills show that was supposed to be yesterday wound up getting postponed, so they're running that this evening. I'm assuming they're starting at 6 o'clock my time, but
Move beef. Are you gonna do a special Easter show?
no, it was supposed to be a show on monster sightings.
Oh, sounds like fun.
Yeah. So I wanted to be able to run my laundry and be done before that starts. And it takes about 2 hours to run the load of laundry.
Okay, that sounds about right. What, half hour to wash it, hour to dry it, and just a half hour to transfer it or something?
Well, it's about 45 minutes in the washer and 45 minutes to an hour in the dryer.
Okay, okay. Yeah, it's a little more than a half hour to wash here.
Well,
But
it depends which. The smaller machines, it's only like half an hour to wash. But we've got one big front loader machine, and I prefer to use that because I do feel it does a better job. And you use half as much soap in it, and I think it does
okay.
a better job on the clothes.
Move. Now we've just got two washers, which are about the size of domestic washers.
Yeah, well, that's except for that front loader. We've just got three that are just like regular domestic washers that have the thing on them,
Uh-huh.
for you to pay them. They got rid of the coin things here, and they've just got you got like a credit card that you have to load money onto for them.
Oh, that would be nice. So what? How do you load the money on? I mean, is it a credit card that you can use, or is it a debit card?
No, it's strictly for the washers. It doesn't work for anything else. And it's a debit thing that they've got another machine that you feed dollar bills into to load money onto it.
Oh, so you still need to get your hands on cash.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's the thing I don't like about this is that it's a coin op, and I have to get cash to run it. So I ended up opening an account at a bank down in the street just so I could get quarters. So I keep $300 in it so I don't get charged a monthly fee, and then I have just get my
Yep.
quarters out of there. Oh, boo-foo. But that's how I did meet that bank lady who offered me transportation to the anal probe.
Oh, okay. For June, you got that worked
Yeah, I
out.
got that worked out. At
Oh,
least as
excellent.
far as it goes now.
Okay,
So
excellent.
yeah, I hope nothing goes bad between now and then. But we'll see what happens. And
Yeah, I was wondering how you were going to be getting to that, or if we were going to need to find somebody who could drive there for you.
yeah, well, I'll see, and then hopefully we can still, and hopefully something will not come up where she can't do it,
Yeah.
and then we'll be all set from there. And I know that Sai's sister talked about trying to figure out a way out here, but she'd have to rent a car to come out here, and I
Oh,
really don't want anybody spending the kind of money to do that.
well, if it's something like that, that's what we took up the collection for, to have a fund ready for you for those kind of expenses.
Well, we'll see what
So,
happens. Because there's going to be enough money involved for somebody to come out here and basically take up residence here for weeks at a time.
yeah.
Um, so we'll see what happens with all that. And I hope that I am not denied a kidney because I'm not able to make my co-payments now as it is. Um, But we'll see.
Yeah.
You know, the UPMC business office is already
Well,
ringing my phone.
Yeah. Whatever kind of stuff they throw in your path, we'll see what we can do to clear it.
Desta daju karasa de parodie. Oh my, oh my, oh my. I wouldn't mind inventing an artificial kidney that could be implanted and still do at least most of the work that a natural kidney does. It's amazing how much work a kidney does.
Get somebody to 3D print one. You know, we'll put in some insect screen and fill it with baking soda. You'll be fine.
There you go. I cannot guarantee, honey, that things would be better there. I mean, this is the United States as a whole,
Well,
which is a third world country when it comes to medical care.
the medical care definitely is better here than where you are. You definitely would have a lot less co-payments. There's just more stuff would be covered that you would not have out-of-pocket expenses for.
Move beef.
Like I say, I am amazed that, you know, with the transition stuff, that aside from the hair removal, I have not found anything they won't cover.
Okay, then.
You know, and you would have thought that a lot of that stuff would have been considered elective, but it's covered.
Well, I'm happy for you in the sense that, yeah, the surgeries, etc., are not considered elective.
Yep. Well, and from what I've been told, you know, even if I decided to do it, facial reconstructive surgery could be covered. I don't really think I want to do that, but, you know, it was nice to hear that they think that it would be paid for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
personally, I don't know if I'm going to be up for any kind of surgeries. I'm just going to see, you know, how far the hormones and such will take me.
Yeah, that whole thing, it's unfortunate the way things have gone, because
Oh,
I don't know that I would be allowed to have the surgery simply on medical grounds.
yeah, Mage put something in the side chat. Successful test of an artificial kidney.
Huh. Let me look.
What is that? University of California, San Francisco?
Let's see.
The address
Yeah,
is
that looks
UCFU edu.
UCSF.
Yeah.
That looks like, yeah. Promises to free kidney disease patients from dialysis machines and transplant waiting lists. Huh.
Thanks, Mage.
Thank you, honey. Yeah. Between Health and Human Services and American Society of Nephrology. Okay. The hemofilter and bioreactor.
Well, it's good to see they're making progress on these things.
I didn't even know anybody was working on it, really.
I didn't specifically know, but I just kind of assumed that with all the universities that there's somebody somewhere who's working on a replacement for each organ.
Okay. And without the need for blood thinners or immunosuppressants.
Oh, that'd be a big one.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
Because the immunosuppressants alone can, you know, be kind of scary that any little thing can wind you up in the hospital then.
Yeah, they're not cheap either. I mean, there's always a copayment attached to it.
Nope.
Huh? What?
Some of Sloth Girls and medicines are immunosuppressants. Those are covered.
Isn't there a copayment attached to that?
Nope.
Okay.
Actually, strangely enough, she never has copayments for her prescriptions. I have small copayments on mine.
Yeah,
Although most of mine, the copayment is $1.30. The biggest one I've ever encountered was like $3.50.
Yeah, that's what mine looks like. It's I'll go in and get a load, and believe you me, I'm a walking pharmacy, and I'll walk out of there less than $5 every time.
Yeah, but I'm not quite sure how they calculate things of what's different between hers and mine, but she virtually never has a copayment at all.
There are copayment schedules that I know of, or at least as far as things go here, and I think it's classes of drugs. For example, here in Pennsylvania, antihypertensives are free, basically,
Hmm.
all up and down the board. So I really haven't had to pay for any antihypertensives. But what was the one I just paid money for? I believe. I believe the one I just paid money for a couple days ago was the calcium acetate. It's a phosphorus binder
Hmm.
because we kidney patients can't let our phosphorus levels get too high. It causes problems.
Yep.
Derek
Oh,
Epista Nanamekoto Baliki.
make it. And my computer is giving me repeated tones that it never tells me what the fuck they mean, so I wish it would just shut the hell up.
Tayo Korostu.
I mean, what's the purpose of making the tone if it does not create a notification message to tell me what the tone was about?
There you go. There you go. Oh my. But that. Okay, that's the Diagaresta. Yep, okay, so this is going to go onto the thing.
Oh, Mage says the medical where I am is the third best in the country. Okay, I hadn't actually seen a ranking, but I knew that Minnesota's was pretty good. And where you are now is 20 something, so you're halfway down the list.
Garasunta, jag gotta say Petinie.
Okay, thanks again, Mage. Yeah,
Thanks,
I didn't
honey.
have the statistics on it. I knew that Minnesota was, definitely in the top 10. I didn't know how high up there.
Gotta start to do a Patini. Oh boy. Oh my. An apple burp.
Is there a difference with an IBM burp?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh man, this apple, I don't know, must have been sitting in the grocery store a little too long. Because the core was starting to turn brown from within. Oh
Yep.
my. And I have dishes to do. Oh God, I've got dishes to wash that have been piling up for most of a week.
I have a severely neglected kitty here, at least he thinks so.
Oh my, speaking of kitties, where is the kitty? I don't see her.
I haven't seen her for a bit there, but your screen wasn't really showing up too much when me and Kate were talking.
Diagorostu. Okay. I don't know, she's probably on the bed. And that is over in another room.
Oh, excuse me.
You gotta stay. And that's what I've got to do, come to think of it. I didn't get it when I was there the last time. I need to get one of those copper scrubbing pads. And it looks it's not quite copper wool,
Mm-hmm.
but it's that springy shaped stuff. Yeah.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Because I've bought a new wok, and I need
Ah.
to season it, so I need to scrub it with one of those copper things first. Oh God.
Yep. Yeah, you got all your bottles out there, and that's the other thing I'll have to do this evening is, refill my weekly pill minder.
Yeah, I tell you, it's crazy. And then especially with this, they're changing my drugs and my dosages like every other day. So it's the pharmacy gets all confused about what to give me, what to sell me, because I went there. Was it yesterday? I forget if it was yesterday or Friday. It might have been Friday, but I went there and then turned out that they had ready for me a prescription that had already been discontinued, and it's like, okay, yay. Oh my. Oh well, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went through something like that years ago when they were still trying to figure out what was wrong with me with the psychiatrist. I was joking about it being the medication of the month club because, yeah, about every 4 to 6 weeks they were giving me a new diagnosis, so they were giving me new medications for it.
Yay! All right, yeah.
So, yeah, I can safely say that I completely exhausted every member of the SSRI family with no effects whatsoever.
Okay, yeah. Oh my.
But that was before they figured out the autism, so it's like, really? You're professionals at this and none of you picked that up?
I just wonder.
But that was back in the late 80s, early 90s, and still not
then.
many people knew about it then.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I went on SSRIs when they were relatively new.
Yeah.
And I think I've been on most of them, and it doesn't do a damn thing for me either.
Yeah, well, they're, that's the name, is that they're selective serotonin inhibitors.
Yeah.
And yeah, for me, the serotonin's got nothing to do with it, but virtually everything, any kind of mental condition I have to deal with, virtually always comes back to dopamines. That anything that can boost the dopamines will help.
Okay, then.
That's why the most effective medication I've had for many years was chocolate.
Okay. That would make a great deal of sense.
Here's a kitty.
Meow.
Oh, and the kitty thinks that the keyboard is in his spot.
Meow.
And for some reason, even if I'm sitting here petting him, he insists it has to be the hand that operates the trackball. The other hand is not good enough.
Okay, then.
Even though the other hand is the one that has all the fingers and hence actually has fingernails. You'd think he would like the one that could actually scratch into his fur.
Yeah.
But no, he just wants the one that's busy all the time.
Okay, then. Yep. Oh, my. Oh, unfortunately, I have to argue with chocolate. Trying to remember. Oh, I guess it's chocolate is high in phosphorus, and that's why I really can't have it anymore.
Oh, is that a problem for the kidneys too? That you got something you can't filter?
Yeah, the kidneys play a role in regulating the phosphorus level in the blood, and when too much phosphorus builds up, you can get all sorts of problems, including bone problems and other shit.
Yeah.
I mean, kidneys do everything. I mean, I knew that kidneys were busy because my homeostasis professor listed the kidney as his favorite organ, so we got all kinds of kidney stuff going. But even from him, I didn't realize it was that much that the kidneys did.
Well, they're your primary filter. You know, the blood passes through and they regulate the level of so many things in your blood.
Move beef.
You know, and I understand blood's kind of important.
Yeah, kind of.
I at least know that if you leak too much of it, you start having problems.
Mm-hmm. And I know when my kidneys went south, I ended up with anemia, and they are linked. Well, yeah, the day I got stupid and let you people bully me into going into the hospital. They immediately put me on. They immediately gave me two transfusions. Come to think of it, because if I could have held on for another couple of days, man, because they told me I was damn near dead when I went into the hospital.
Yeah, but, then they would have found you and then wouldn't know what to do with Sylvia. You gotta make sure you somehow have that covered, that if that happens, they know to call me to come and pick up Sylvia at least.
Moo. What do you think, Kitty is? She's hiding somewhere. I don't know where she's probably in the bed. She's not out here. Not even in the kitty box. I don't know. You said my not to knowing. I have to decide whether I'm going to a baseball game, because I found out my favorite team is in town this week. And that's one of... They only come into town... no, they only come into town once a year. Because they play twice a year, but once here and once there. And...
Yep.
So this year it's 4 days in April. Merda Polakiste. Well, it's a good thing I looked. I might see. And the tickets are cheap.
Oh.
They used to... The section I used to live in, the tickets would go for about $35. This season they're going for $22.
Really? I'm surprised they've dropped the prices.
Yeah, so am I, actually. It's one of those area. It's second deck, just off third base.
Yeah, I guess that since the COVID, they have to get the fans back into the stadiums now.
Yeah, I don't know how that stuff works. Because what I don't know is how much they rely on the ticket prices for the seats. Because I thought that most of their money came from television coverage. But who knows? I don't know. The one thing I just don't like, though, is the draconian bag rules.
Yep.
Because I would... for those who don't know, I would usually go in with my backpack, because my entire life is in there. I carry my wallet there and everything else. And last year, in September when I went, I almost didn't get in because, they were clamping down on bags like that. And they won't even let you take a camera with you now. And that's horrible.
Yeah.
Because I'd be there, I'd be snapping. By the time a game was over, I would have taken maybe 300 or 400 pictures. Literally. Because I have one of those, it's an actual camera and everything. So you hold the shutter release down and it just goes snap, 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 snap. And it's great to have action shots of the pitchers that way.
Yep.
And can't do that shit anymore, damn it. They're no fun. But we'll see what happens. Oh my! Most stadiums and theaters make their money at the. Oh, yeah, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I know the stadium mostly makes it off of the concessions. I wasn't quite sure where the team gets most of their money.
Yeah.
Although, like you say, I know the TV contracts were the biggest part of it.
Oh man, I tell you, when I was there in September last year, I think they wanted $3.50 for a hot dog.
Yep.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, it just $3 to $4 just for a bottle of water at most of them now.
Yeah, and my understanding is that PNC Park won't even let you bring your own water anymore the way they used to.
No, I don't think any of the major league parks will.
So yeah, they're going to charge you $4 or $5 for a bottle of water, for Christ's sake. It's like,
yep.
Jeez. But I do want to get an ice cream cone. I know I'm not supposed to have ice cream. I'll have it anyway.
Hey, you gotta treat yourself once in a while.
I'm not supposed to have anything. Something you folks might want to remember. There are medical conditions and stuff that have dietary restrictions attached to them. Kidney disease is the easiest one because the kidney diet is don't eat. I mean, literally.
Yep.
Native atheist sneaks food in the theaters and all that. I haven't been in
Oh,
a
yeah.
theater in years.
I haven't either, but yeah, especially when I had kids, I couldn't afford the concession stands for everything, so I had to always
Right.
sneak snacks in with them.
Right. Yeah, I think the last time I was in a motion picture theater, last time I was in a cinema was at least 15 years ago. Because the ex and I were still together. We went to a place in Swissvale. And it was one of those theaters that showed classic films. Because we saw On the Beach.
Yep.
And that was a first run, back in the early 60s. But my word, they wanted money for concessions there. I know Kate's all over me all the time about films because I haven't been to a first run, oh, Christ, in well over 40 years. I don't know too into it.
Yeah, well, I think the last time I was in the theater was what was it, the third or fourth Harry Potter movie?
Okay. I've seen one Harry Potter film, and that was on television.
Yeah, but actually, the theater I liked best was a little independent theater. They never got the first run movies or anything, but they had some interesting stuff. And like most weekends, the theater owner let the group that was doing one of the local sci-fi conventions run it.
Oh.
And that they got to keep the proceeds from the concession stand.
Oh my.
Or that basically the ticket prices paid for the rental of the theater, and they got to keep the proceeds from the concession stand to go toward planning the convention.
Moo. That's very moo. I like that.
Yeah. So then, they'd get a lot of, older science fiction movies.
Oh my, yeah, the good stuff. It's
Well,
so bad that it's good, yeah.
Kind of one of the special things that just wound up, being a bonding thing with one of my daughters was seeing Galaxy Quest at the theater.
Okay. Move Beef. I still have to watch that one. I downloaded a copy of it, and I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, but that's also in the late 90s, early 2000s, we got to see all three of the original Star Wars movies on the big screen then.
Okay, then. I'm reasonably sure my ex-wife and I saw the original Star Wars films in the theater, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I saw them in the first release because I was the target audience at the time.
Okay, then.
I was a teenager when they first came out.
Now, I know Sandra and I saw Star Trek 4 at a fifth run theater in Cleveland. That was a whole bunch of fun. And yeah, it was nice to see that on the big screen. But it was at the Parma Theater that had been going for years and years and years, and finally got to be one of those things where, fifth or sixth run theater. I think it cost us $1 to see it. Boy,
yeah, well, that's the theater I was saying before. That they let the science fiction crew run in that. That was normally just $2 a head, and on Tuesdays it was only $1.
Okay, yeah. Oh my.
So that one I actually didn't I didn't grumble about paying for the stuff at the concession stand there when we were getting in that cheap.
Sure, absolutely.
I didn't mind paying them, $4 or $5 for a bucket of popcorn. That was enough for 3 of us.
Okay, that works. Oh my, that's something I actually wouldn't mind doing if there were a way to have a backyard and set up a 35 millimeter projector in the backyard. That would be great. Because a friend of mine had a friend who had set up a 35 millimeter projector in his basement. So one of these RCA projectors and everything with the arc lamp and all that whole bit. Guy had a massive basement. I like that idea, but
Well, if you had the projector, I could see in our building here setting it up to do a movie night once a week.
okay.
I could see using the community room for that and just, hanging blankets over the windows to darken everything.
There you go. 'Cause I used to know how to operate a 35 millimeter projector, well, a bank of 35 millimeter projectors, I should say. Because to do it right, you need 2.
Yeah.
And then you have the whole switching arrangement with the foot pedal and the wall switch.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, that's why so long ago you used to have intermissions in the movies.
yeah.
Because that used to be when the theaters had only had one projector. That was time for the projectionist to rewind the film and mount the next reel.
Yep. Yeah, that was the thing. I had not known before I was a projectionist when I was in high school that the film reversed on the reels. So
Yeah, you couldn't just put it back
rewinding the
in the
film.
can.
Yeah, you had to do a figure 8 sort of thing to rewind them.
Yep.
Oh God, those were the days that I was
Yeah,
doing.
but you couldn't just put it back in the can on the take-up reel. That wasn't going to work because then the whole
Right.
thing was going to be in there backwards.
Right. God, Jesus, that was 50 years ago that I was doing that shit. That was it's horrible when you can glibly say, "Yeah, I did that 50 years ago," and you weren't an infant. Oh man. Well, I graduated high school 48 years ago.
Holy shit.
Dajú Korostu?
Yeah, until you said that, I didn't realize it is officially 40 years ago. January of this year was 40 years when I graduated high school.
Oh, you were one of
Because
those
I got out of there a semester early.
Yeah, you were one of those kids.
I took advantage of a weird thing in the way my credits transferred when I moved from Illinois back up to Michigan to finish high school. And I was able to kind of skew it so it showed that I had like 3 more credits than I actually had.
Okay, then. Yeah, I could have graduated a semester early, but there were courses I wanted to take, so I just stayed there for the duration.
Yeah, for me it was just get me the fuck out of here as fast as I can.
There you go. I don't know, it might not have been a bad idea, though, to take advantage of that early graduation, but oh well.
Well, it's like, I remember getting invitations for my, class reunion for 30 and 35 years, and I was like, I didn't want to talk to any of these people when I was in high school. Why would I want to go and see them now?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, especially from the school in Michigan, there were a total of 2 people I would ever want to talk to again.
Okay. Yeah, my high school was full of arseholes, and
Yep, same with mine, and and since I was the new kid,
okay.
I hadn't been there all my life, so
Yeah. What is the amazing thing, though, is that there are some of those kids who are more willing to talk to me now than they were 50 years ago. I guess they must have forgotten that I was a target or something. I don't know.
Yeah, well, a lot of them probably would have forgotten too if I had bothered to go to the class reunions, but I was like, why? Just what's the purpose of it? To hear some of them try to brag about what they've accomplished when I know it's all bullshit anyway?
There you go.
And it's like, yeah, I could go in there and I could say I'd been running my own company and all this shit, and it's like, what would be the point?
Yeah, I was going to go to my 40th, but Al was going to go there, but didn't because that was when his son was born. And he said, "No, my kid's just born now, and just can't make it." And to see Al was the only Al Ruck, in case anybody doesn't know.
Yep.
That was the only reason I was going to go. So when he wasn't showing up, then it was like, okay, fuck that. Who cares?
Yeah.
Oh my.
I have extremely few good memories of high school, so let's just let it go.
Yeah, most of my good memories from high school were associated with the astronomy club or with a couple certain people, Al being one of them, and that sort of thing. And what are you gonna do? Okay, Mage graduated 22 years ago. Okay then, child. Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to show up to my 50th because I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to travel. Because that's only a little over 2 years from now.
Yeah.
And even if things go very, very well, I kind of doubt I'm going to have a kidney in 2 years. Would be nice if I could, but I somehow doubt it.
Well, we're working on it, and I'm.
Yeah, you can't guarantee.
I'm signed up for the trade-in program that, even if we're not compatible, that they'd give mine to somebody else if they can find one that'll fit you.
Yeah, there you go. And I'm guessing that won't be instantaneous. I know if it comes down to a cadaver kidney, I can expect to wait, say, 5 years at least.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, there's a lot of ifs in there, and none of it's stuff you can control. You just got to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, what do you have?
Yeah, PTSD from high school.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I suspect that a lot of my PTSD traces back to grade school, but I have so few memories of the time.
Hey, Bo, how you doing, honey? Okay, so... No, I don't remember seeing
a rock video
vids.
of Bionic Dance. No, I didn't see that
That would
one.
be... let me see if I can...
Bo, you want to drop a link for that?
Yeah.
Is it something we can post on Twitter and humiliate her?
Wait a minute. Am I not too knowing on this thing is to see?
Okay. Well, we were trying to sign off, and yeah, I've got to go so I can get stuff done.
Yeah, I guess we can kind of wind down a little bit here. Yeah, not a half bad idea, really.
Wind down sounds like a good idea, but I don't have any. I'll have to sell for whiskey again.
Oh my, jeez. Yeah, I really haven't done any drinking lately. Well, not in the last year, anyway. Really haven't done any drink. I think I had one shot of something since the kidney failure. Oh my! Well, I don't drink that much anyway. But okay,
Well, I
I
have them
guess
at night once in a while, but like I say, less than half of what I was drinking in Michigan. So,
that's a good thing. Yeah.
yeah, well, you know, the less I have to talk to my biological family, the less I feel I need it.
There you go. There you go. Oh man, yeah, Native, you've got a good point there. I really don't think it's possible to humiliate her.
That's true. She admits herself that there is a video of her rollerblading naked on the internet. So
Uh huh.
I have never had the gumption to go look it up myself, but I have heard other people confirm it is there.
I've tripped over it. I searched on Bionic Dance at one point, and yeah, this damn thing turned up, and it's okay. And I
Yeah,
already knew that she had gone on air naked, but yeah, I didn't realize that she was out doing the naked rollerblading thing.
yeah, I think she said that was at the Seattle Pride or something.
Yeah, it was at I think it was a Solstice Festival.
Oh, I thought it was a Pride festival. I just wasn't sure which city it was.
Yeah, it was definitely Seattle. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there are even some still photos of that out there.
Still photos because she didn't manage to burn all of them.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's still a few left.
Oh my! But yeah, it amazed me over here that one of the one of the Pride festivals, there were quite a few topless lesbians walking around. You know, in Pittsburgh of all places.
Hmm.
But oh well, because I thought that was still illegal here, but I guess not.
Um, yeah, I had heard one of those cases. Again, just something I kind of made a sideways note of and don't remember even which city or state it was. But when they were pushing the thing about trans and that, people had to go by what was on their birth certificate, that there was a trans woman who was quite nicely endowed
Okay.
who decided that meant she didn't have to wear a shirt in public anymore because they don't make men do it.
Okay then. Do I take it
So I
that we
remember that
had
being a court case. I think it was somewhere in California.
already? Sounds good to me. You know what the hell? I mean, I'm not a teenage boy anymore, so it's not that I'm all crazy about nakedity anyway.
Yeah, Von Rick existence in general is overrated.
Yeah, pretty much. The only
You know,
problem,
before I existed, I really didn't think about it at all.
yeah, pretty much. It's unfortunate though that the I do admit that the fear of terminating one's own existence does show up.
Yeah.
Because you know it's what if it's highly traumatic?
Well, being dead doesn't bother me.
Right.
It's that transition part between being alive and being dead that
Yeah,
scares
huh?
the hell out of me.
Yep, absolutely. And the other
You
thing
know,
that gets me is what if I fuck it up and I lose all my options? You know?
yeah. I was actually thinking about that, a few nights ago, laying in bed there, and really thinking that I don't think anybody can really conceive of a world without them in it. I don't think anyone can conceive of how the world will be after they're dead.
Well, it's really weird. I always keep thinking, what will it be like? And then I have to remind myself, there ain't gonna be a me. You know?
Well, no, yeah, it won't be anything for you, but I don't think anybody can really think about how the world will be if they're not here.
Oh, that's easy. It'll be much nicer. Oh, shit. Oh, my.
Okay, Kitty got off
Yeah.
my lap. I'd better take
Oh,
my
you'd
chance
better
of
take
getting
the
up before he
opportunity.
comes back.
Yeah. Okay, honey, you be good and have fun. And,
Oh yeah, laundry, loads of fun.
oh, yeah. Well, laundry load. Yeah, there you go. See? Okay. And everybody, I want to thank all of you for, all of you who are here and all of you who are not here. And you guys keep me going. I'll just say that much. And thanks a lot. Like hell. And okay, everybody be good and
Okay.
have fun. And
Well,
thanks a
just
lot. Hmm?
after I go, it's very important that somebody takes my computer and keeps it running on the internet.
There you go. There you go.
Because the
Absolutely.
UK ceases to exist every time I shut my computer down.
Okay. Okay. Reasonable.
Yep.
Soundeth good to me, and all that other happy stuff. All right. Thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Okay, later all.
Yay.